9. Actions leave traces. I have already discussed how the incorrect knowledge of avidya affects our actions. Sometimes we do not see things as they are and act out of misunderstanding. Often that action does not have an immediately negative outcome, but sooner or later we begin to suffer from its effects. One action arising from a faulty perception can influence the next, and thus we become gradually less free. We simply walk the same old track, and the result is dukkha, a feeling of being restricted, of not being free. Dukkha arises when we do not get what we want. It arises from desire. Dukkha also results from wanting to repeat a pleasant experience that actually cannot ever be repeated because the situation has changed. Another form of dukkha is experienced when we become habituated to having something and suddenly do not have it anymore. In this case, dukkha arises because we have to give up something we are used to. Dukkha, the lot of those who seek the Yoga Sutra, states that although dukkha can be found everywhere, we do not always perceive it, and indeed there are some people who never become aware of it at all. But it is precisely those who are searching for clarity who often experience dukkha particularly strongly. Vyasa's commentary on the Yoga Sutra gives a wonderful example of this. The commentaries on the Yoga Sutra are discussed in Appendix 1. It says that dust that lands on the skin is harmless, but if only a tiny particle gets into the eye, it is very painful. In other words, someone who is searching for clarity becomes sensitive because the eyes must be open, even if what they see is sometimes very unpleasant. One who is searching feels or sees things long before other people do. He or she develops a special insight, a particular kind of sensitivity. We should see this positively. This insight or sensitivity can be as useful as a warning light in a car. It tells us that there is something wrong and we would be wise to find out what it is. Someone who is searching for clarity always sees more suffering than someone who is not. This awareness of suffering results from greater sensitivity. The person who is not searching for clarity does not even know what brings him or her happiness or sorrow. We have already talked about how the movement of the three parts of the mind, the Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva, causes dukkha to arise. Rajas is active, fiery, the one that induces us to act. Sometimes it pushes our mind into a state of constant activity and we cannot be still. That state is characterized by restlessness and agitation. Tamas is the opposite of Rajas. It is a fixed, immobile, heavy state of mind. Sattva is the quality of insight that is white, clear, and transparent. It is a state in which neither of the other two guna predominate. According to the relationship between Rajas and Tamas, dukkha will take different forms. Our goal is to reduce these two guna until our mind achieves a state of sattva. Recognition of dukkha is a process that can be broken down into 7 stages. The first is to understand that something is not right. For example, we might feel that something habitual in our life needs to be avoided, or we might feel compelled to do something that veers from our normal course. Perhaps we do not know exactly what action to take, but we have at least become aware of a problem. This is the first of the 7 steps, and anyone seeking understanding is more prone than other people to this feeling that something is not right. The other steps are too complex for our discussion. Vyasa's commentary on Sutra 2.27 of the Yoga Sutra addresses the 7 steps toward true recognition of dukkha. According to the Yoga Sutra, our mind possesses 5 faculties which we call vitti, movements, or activities. The first activity of the mind is prama, direct perception through our senses. Vipariyaya, incorrect understanding, is the next possible activity of the mind. The third faculty, vikalpa, is the power of the imagination. It describes knowledge or understanding based on ideas that have nothing to do with the present moment or material reality. The fourth faculty is nidra, dreamless sleep. The fifth is samti, memory, that activity of the mind that can store an experience or observation. These faculties work together. With the exception of nidra, we experience a mixture of them every second of the day. These mental activities, alone or in any combination, do not necessarily conceal a form of dukkha but can have an influence on how much dukkha is present. Dreams, for instance, arise from a combination of the various activities. Whether a dream causes us dukkha or not depends on its effects. The effects of a dream can be good or bad, depending on what we do with it or what it does to us. Purua sees by means of the mind what is the relationship between Citta, the mind, and Purua, the part of us that sees. The Yoga Sutra says that the Purua can only see by means of the mind. If the mind is colored, then the perception will also be colored, which will in turn affect the Purua. If, however, the mind is clear, then its powers of observation are at their best. As the Purua observes through and with the help of the mind, the quality of its observation depends totally on the quality of the mind. The mind is the instrument through which the Purua perceives, yet the energy and power that the mind needs in order to see comes from the Purua. 2. Since we cannot work directly with the Purua, we focus on the mind. Through yoga, the mind steadily becomes more transparent, so the Purua is able to see more clearly and make the seeing accessible to us. Very often it is the mind that decides where our attention is directed. It does this because it has been conditioned to do so. The conditioning of the mind that lets it continually take the same direction is called saskara. Saskara is the sum total of all our actions that conditions us to behave in a certain way. Saskara may be positive or negative. Through yoga we attempt to create new and positive saskara rather than reinforcing the old saskara that has been limiting us. When this new saskara is strong and powerful enough, then the old, distressing saskara will no longer be able to affect us. You could say we then begin a completely new life. When the new behavior patterns become stronger, the old ones become ineffectual. When we practice asanas we carry out actions that are not determined so much by our habits, and yet still lie within the range of our abilities. So we plan a sequence of exercises and as we execute them, the mind clears a little. We are no longer so bound by our habits. When that happens we might find out that we should change our practice plan a bit, recognizing with greater clarity what is good for us. This kind of reorientation is called parivti. Viti means movement and pari translates as around. Imagine you are driving a car and suddenly a tree appears right in front of you. In your mind's eye you see what would happen if you kept driving in the same direction, you would crash into the tree. To avoid that outcome you immediately turn toward another directio. Parivti describes this ability to foresee what is going to happen and to redirect oneself accordingly. Instead of letting the mind travel further in the same direction, we practice asanas or do something else that will help us to see more clearly. This activity may perhaps enable us to see that we were not on the right path. If the reorientation does not help, then it is likely that our mind, rather than our Purua, will decide what we do next. Some philosophers have described this well by saying that the mind is a loyal servant but a terrible master. The mind is not the master, but it often behaves as if it is. That is why it is beneficial to do something that gives the Purua a chance to do what it is meant to do, namely, to see clearly. If we only glide through familiar waters, then the mind takes over the rudder and the Purua cannot really do anything at all. Ideally, when we take up the practice of yoga we begin a process that offers us a way of stopping what is harmful to us. We do not have to stop doing something deliberately. We do not have to do anything ourselves, but rather whatever it is simply fades out because we have redirected ourselves towards something positive. The expression of Purua allows us to see how the mind functions and how to work with it. Purua does not destroy the mind but gives us control over the mind. We know our strengths and weaknesses, and know what causes us more or less suffering. We use the word vivka to describe this clarity of Purua. Vivka means to see both sides, to be able to see what we are and what we are not, to discriminate. When we use the word asmita we defined it as ego. Asmita can also be described as a state in which Purua and Citta are mixed together, so that the two function as a unit even though they cannot really become one. When the difference between Purua and Siddha is clear, then Viveka is present. Sometimes it can be helpful to understand the reasons for our old, negative Sanskara, for there are many kinds of Sanskara. It is only the powerful Sanskara that cause us problems, while the weaker ones perhaps reinforce those that are more influential. In a given situation, it may well be that we were acting in good faith and were doing everything right, and yet our actions plunged us into trouble. At these times, a quiet mind can help us sort out why this happened. Consideration of the situation helps us to be more alert the next time. Krishnamacharya in Dvipada Pitham Variations 10. The world exists to be seen and discovered. Yoga follows the teachings of the Skya, which divides the universe into two categories, Purua and Prakti. Purua is that part of us capable of real seeing and perception. It is not subject to change. Conversely, Prakti is subject to constant change and embraces all matter, even our mind, thoughts, feelings, and memories. All Prakti can be seen and perceived by Purua. The Yoga Sutra uses the terms Dra for Purua and Drasya for that which is seen. Everything that falls into the realm of Prakti has a common source called Pradhana, a word that refers to the original matter from which all things are formed, the spring from which all life flows. In the beginning there was no connection between Pradhana and Purua. But then they came together and germinated, like a seed. This seed is Prakti. The whole material world grew from this seed. First came Maha, the great principle. Out of Maha came the Ahamkara, the sense of I. Out of Ahamkara came Manas, the power behind the senses, and from there the so-called 10 matras and the Indriyas. 10 matra refers to the sound, touch, form, taste, and smell of material objects. The Indriyas, the 11 senses, include all our mental activities, our passive perceptive senses such as hearing, feeling, seeing, tasting, and smelling, our active faculties of speech, manual dexterity, locomotion, evacuation, and procreation. From the 10 matras came the Buddhas, the 5 elements, space, air, light, water, and earth. What I have just described is an all too brief summary of the yogic theory of evolution. The world as we see it is a combination of these aspects constantly interacting with one another. Everything that happens in the external world influences us, and what happens within us in its turn has an influence on our relationship with the external world. We can most easily understand what the Purua is if we think of what is absent from a corpse. In death the Purua vanishes. Where it goes is not revealed in the Yoga Sutra. The body, the brain, and the sense organs are still present, but they are lifeless because the Purua is gone. Yet for the Purua there is no death. For the Purua change does not exist, and what is death but change? Our mind cannot see the Purua. Only because we sometimes experience moments of clarity do we know that there is a Purua. It is the constant witness to all our actions. This witness is active, but it is not influenced by what it sees. Because the Purua works through the mind, it can only see when the mind is clear. It is hard to imagine that Purua and Prakti can exist independent of each other. In humans the two are always interrelated. Why do we confuse Purua and Prakti? According to the teachings of yoga, this confusion, sayaga, permeates human existence. At the same time, those who search for clarity can learn the difference between right and wrong understanding. In this respect yoga is optimistic. Through the insightful perception of problems and confusions we move toward clarity. Just because some of us look for solutions to problems, and in the process attain a certain degree of clarity, does not mean that the Purua of others will see more clearly. Other philosophical systems believe that there is only one Purua. However, in yoga it is believed that even though one person solves his or her problems, it does not mean some part of the burden has been lifted from all of humanity. While there are different Purua, there is only one Prakti, one common universe for us all. It is the relationship between the individual Purua and the one Praktri that is special. For this reason alone, our way of looking at things such as our bodies, our senses, and our habits are all different. Observation can only occur when the Purua has the energy and inclination to go out from within and come back with impressions of the outer world. Herein lies a great difference with modern physics, according to which you need light for the image of an object to come to the eye. Even when light is present, as well as an object that can be viewed, still there must be something that calls us out to see, to think, to listen. This impulse comes from the Purua within, not from outside. Often there are external objects to attract our attention, yet we do not react to them. All action must come from the Purua. There are various opinions about how the relationship between Purua and Prakriti came about. Some say it is Lila, a divine game. Others believe there was in the beginning one entity that said to itself, I should like to become many. A third body of opinion calls it chance. Each standpoint we take on this must remain speculative. There are also many theories about what happens to our Purua when we die. People who believe in an energy higher than human beings, in God, say that the various Purua are like rivers that all flow toward the sea. Each has its own bed, its own direction, its own quality, but they all flow together into the sea. Change is not a direct or even an indirect consequence of yoga or any other practice. We cannot depend on it. What we can count on gaining from our yoga practice is a quieter mind. Somehow the heaviness and the jumpiness vanish. Yet something very personal and essential has to happen for us at the right time, and it has to touch us so deeply that we suddenly really want to pause, consider, and change the course of our actions. After that happens, we simply go forward step by step. The quality of our action begins to change. The new positive saskara becomes stronger and our mind remains clear. The mind cannot observe its own changes. Something else observes these changes. 3. For this very reason we describe our Purua as the witness as well as the source of our action. As the source of action, our Purua works like the transmitter for an electric door. But what actually moves is the door. Our Purua is the source of our action. But we also need our Purua as a witness and constant observer of the functioning of the mind. In the end, clarity can prevail in the mind, but experiential understanding occurs only through the Purua. If real clarity is present, we experience quietness and peace within us. If there is only intellectual clarity, we may be happy for a moment or two, but this feeling will not last. Our goal is freedom from dukkha, from distress and suffering. To this end we must recognize dukkha, we must know that it arises out of the incorrect understanding of avidya, and we must know that we can avoid it. Our aim in practicing yoga is to bring about a change in the quality of the mind so that we can perceive more from the Purua. Yoga attempts to influence the mind in such a way that it is possible for our Purua to operate without hindrances. Krishnamacharya demonstrating Karadhanurasana and Athita Parvikosana. 11. Living in the world yoga cannot guarantee us this or that particular benefit if we practice diligently. Yoga is not a recipe for less suffering, though it can offer us help in changing our attitude so that we have less avidya and therefore greater freedom from dukkha. We can understand the whole practice of yoga as a process of examining our habitual attitudes and behaviors and their consequences. Yama and niyama, behavior toward ourselves and others. What suggestions does yoga make about our interaction with others, our behavior toward those around us, and about our attitude toward ourselves? The attitude we have toward things and people outside ourselves is called yama in yoga, and how we relate to ourselves inwardly is called niyama. Yama and niyama deal with our social attitude and lifestyle, how we interact with other people and the environment, and how we deal with our problems. These all form a part of yoga, but they cannot be practiced. What we can practice are asanas and prema, which make us aware of where we are, where we stand, and how we look at things. Recognizing our mistakes is the first sign of clarity. Then gradually we try to bring about some changes in the way we show our respect to nature or relate to a friend. No one can change in a day, but yoga practices help change attitudes, our yama and niyama. It is not the other way around. Let me tell you a story about a man named Daniel and his wife, Mary. At work Daniel was always friendly to everyone, but he was often very short-tempered at home. Mary was never sure when he would lose his temper. None of his friends and colleagues believed her when she told them of his actions at home, and Daniel would not admit to his short temper. Daniel suffered from back pain and, on the suggestion of a colleague, started going to a yoga class regularly. Gradually his back pain disappeared. At the end of his yoga practice his teacher used to say, as you lie down to relax, feel your body, feel your breath, and become aware of your emotions. One day he realized in a flash that his bad temper built up on his way home from work. He recognized that he was doing to his wife what he could not do to his boss or subordinates. He went home that day and told Mary, "You are right. I am indeed a short-tempered fellow. But bear with me. I am working on it." This recognition made Mary very happy. Yama and Niyama are the first two of the 8 limbs of the body of yoga. Both words have many meanings. Yama can mean discipline or restraints. I prefer to think of Yama as attitude or behavior. Certainly a particular attitude can be expressed as discipline, which then influences our behavior. Patanjali's Yoga Sutra mentions 5 different yama, that is, behavior patterns or relationships between the individual and the outside world. To the yamas as the first of these behavior patterns is called as. The word his means injustice or cruelty, but as is more than simply the absence of his, which the prefix a suggests. As is more than just lack of violence. It means kindness, friendliness, and thoughtful consideration of other people and things. We must exercise judgment when thinking about as. It does not necessarily imply that we should not eat meat or fish or that we should not defend ourselves. It simply means that we must always behave with consideration and attention to others. As also means acting in kindness toward ourselves. Should we as vegetarians find ourselves in a situation where there is only meat to eat, is it better to starve to death than to eat what is there? If we still have something to do in this life, such as family responsibilities, then we should avoid doing anything that may cause us harm or prevent us from carrying out our duties. The answer in this situation is clear: it would show a lack of consideration and arrogance to become stuck on our principles. So this has to do with our duties and responsibilities too. It could even mean that we must fight if our life is in danger. In every situation we should adopt a considered attitude. That is the meaning of as. Satya. The next yama mentioned by Patanjali is satya, truthfulness. Satya means to speak the truth, yet it is not always desirable to speak the truth come what may, for it could harm someone unnecessarily. We have to consider what we say, how we say it, and in what way it could affect others. If speaking the truth has negative consequences for another, then it is better to say nothing. Satya should never come into conflict with our efforts to behave with as. The Mahabharata, the great Indian epic, says, "Speak the truth which is pleasant. Do not speak unpleasant truths. Do not lie, even if the lies are pleasing to the ear." That is the eternal law, the Dharma. Asteya. Asteya is the third yama. Steya means to steal. Asteya is the opposite, to take nothing that does not belong to us. This also means that if we are in a situation where someone entrusts something to us or confides in us, we do not take advantage of him or her. Brahmacharya. The next yama is Brahmacharya. This word is composed of the root kar, which means to move, and the word Brahma, which means truth in terms of the one essential truth. We can understand Brahmacharya as a movement toward the essential. It is used mostly in the sense of abstinence, particularly in relationship to sexual activity. More specifically, Brahmacharya suggests that we should form relationships that foster our understanding of the highest truths. If sensual pleasures are part of those relationships, we must take care that we keep our direction and do not get lost. On the path of serious, constant searching for truth, there are certain ways of controlling the perceptual senses and sexual desires. This control, however, is not identical with total abstinence. India has the greatest respect for family life. According to Indian tradition, everything in life has its place and time, and we divide the life cycle into 4 stages. The first is the stage of the growing child, the second is that of the student striving for greater understanding and searching for truth. The third stage is centered around starting and raising a family, and the fourth is the stage where the individual, after fulfilling all family responsibilities, can devote him or herself to becoming free from all bondages and finding ultimate truth. In this fourth stage of life, everyone can become a sannyasin, a monk, or nun. But a sannyasin must then beg for food from people who are still involved in family life. The Upanishads advise the student to marry and raise a family immediately upon finishing his or her studies. That is why brahmacharya does not necessarily imply celibacy. Rather, it means responsible behavior with respect to our goal of moving toward the truth. Aparigraha, the last yama, is aparigraha, a word that means something like hands off or not seizing opportunity. Parigraha means to take or to seize. Aparigraha means to take only what is necessary, and not to take advantage of a situation. I once had a student who paid me tuition every month for our work together. But at the end of the course he also offered me a gift. Why should I accept this when I had already been paid sufficiently for my work? We should only take what we have earned. If we take more, we are exploiting someone else. In addition, unearned rewards can bring with them obligations that might later cause problems. Developing the yamas, the Yoga Sutra describes what happens when these 5 behaviors outlined above become part of a person's daily life. For example, the more kindness and consideration we develop, the more pleasant and friendly feelings our very presence engenders in others. And if we remain true to the idea of satya, everything we say will be truthful. There is a wonderful story on the theme of satya in the Ramayana. The monkey Hanuman, Prince Rama's servant, sets out to look for Sita, his master's wife. He travels to Sri Lanka where she is being held prisoner. Toward the end of his time there he is caught by Sita's captors and his tail is set on fire. When Sita sees what pain he is suffering, she calls out, "Let the fire cool." Hanuman's pain is immediately alleviated and he shouts, "What happened? Why doesn't the fire burn me anymore?" Because Sita always spoke the truth. Her words had great power and could extinguish the flames. For those who are always truthful, there is no difference between speech and action. What they say is true. The Yoga Sutra also states that a person who is firmly anchored in asteya will receive all the jewels of this world. Such a person may not in fact be interested in material wealth, but he or she will have access to the most valuable things in life. The more we recognize the meaning of the search for truth, for what is essential, the less we will be distracted by other things. Certainly it requires great strength to take this path. The word used in the Yoga Sutra to describe this strength is virya, which is closely linked to another concept, that of shraddha, deep trust and loving faith. 3. The Yoga Sutra says that the more faith we have, the more energy we have. At the same time we also have more strength to pursue our goals. So the more we seek the truth in the sense of brahmacharya, the more vitality we will have to do. So, parigraha is the increasing orientation toward material things. If we reduce parigraha and develop aparigraha, we are orienting ourselves more inwardly. The less time we spend on our material possessions, the more we have to spend on investigating all that we call yoga. The niyamas, like the 5 yamas, the niyamas are not exercises or actions to be simply studied. They represent far more than an attitude. Compared with the yamas, the niyamas are more intimate and personal. They refer to the attitude we adopt toward ourselves. Saka, the first niyama, is saka, cleanliness. Saka has both an inner and an outer aspect. Outer cleanliness simply means keeping ourselves clean. Inner cleanliness has as much to do with the healthy, free functioning of our bodily organs as with the clarity of our mind. Practicing asanas or prima are essential means for attending to this inner sakha. Sato. Another niyama is sato, modesty and the feeling of being content with what we have. Often we hope for a particular result to ensue from our actions, and we are just as often disappointed. But there is no need to despair, rather, we should accept what has happened. That is the real meaning of sato, to accept what happens. A commentary on the Yoga Sutra says, contentment counts for more than all 16 heavens together. Instead of complaining about things that go wrong, we can accept what has happened and learn from them. Sato encompasses our mental activities such as study, our physical efforts, and even how we earn our living. It is about ourselves, what we have and how we feel about what God has given us. Tapas. The next niyama is tapas, a term that we discussed earlier. In relationship to the niyamas, tapas refers to the activity of keeping the body fit. Literally it means to heat the body and, by so doing, to cleanse it. Behind the notion of tapas lies the idea that we can get rid of the rubbish in our body. Earlier I discussed asanas and prima as means by which we can keep ourselves healthy. Another form of tapas is paying attention to what we eat. Eating when we are not hungry is the opposite of tapas. Attention to body posture, attention to eating habits, attention to breathing patterns, these are all tapas that help to prevent the buildup of rubbish in the body, including excess weight and shortness of breath. Tapas makes the whole body fit and well functioning. Svadhyaya. The fourth niyama is svadhyaya. Sva means self or belonging to me. Adhyaya means inquiry or examination, literally, to get close to something. Svadhyaya therefore means to get close to yourself, that is, to study yourself. All learning, all reflection, all contact that helps you to learn more about yourself is svadhyaya. In the context of the niyama we find the term often translated as the study of ancient texts. Yes, yoga does instruct us to read the ancient texts. Why? Because we cannot always just sit down and contemplate things. We need reference points. For many this may be the Bible or a book that is of personal significance, for others it may be the Yoga Sutra. The Yoga Sutra says, for instance, that as we progress in our self-examination, we will gradually many yoga techniques for meditation. Find a link with the divine laws and with the prophets who revealed them. And since mantra are often recited for this purpose, we sometimes find svadhyaya translated as the repetition of mantras. For Varapradhan, the last niyama was discussed in part 1. Varapradhan means to lay all your actions at the feet of God. Because avidya often underlies our actions, things frequently go wrong. This is the reason why sato, modesty, is so important. Let it suffice that we know we have done our best. We can leave the rest to a higher power. In the context of the niyamas we can define Varapradhan as the attitude of a person who usually offers the fruits of his or her action to God in daily prayer. Further thoughts on the yamas and niyamas. Q. What is the relationship between kriya exercises and sakha? A. The Yoga Sutra does not mention the concept of kriya when discussing the various niyama. The word kriya means action. In the context of your question it refers to cleansing. Something from the outside is used to clean the inside. For example, we can cleanse a blocked nostril with a light salt solution, or use a prima technique to reduce a breathing difficulty that might have developed from inhaling stale air. In this sense, kriyas are a vital aspect of sakha. Q. I've often heard tapas translated as self-denial or self-deprivation. How do you interpret tapas? A. If by self-denial you mean fasting for the sake of fasting or adhering to a strict and unusual lifestyle simply for its own sake, you are talking about activities that have nothing to do with tapas. Just as when you are dealing with satya, truth, everything about tapas must help you move forward. You can incur serious physical difficulties if you do something like fast for 20 days just for the sake of it. On the other hand, if by self-denial you mean a sensible, well, founded discipline that helps you move forward in life, then you are talking about real tapas. Tapas must not cause suffering. That is very important. Q. Can the yamas and niyamas help us to differentiate between a moment of true clarity and a moment of self-deception? A. The relationships we have with the outer world, with other people and things around us, can help us to recognize a moment of self-deception. This is where the yamas and niyamas become important. If we deal uprightly and respectfully with other people, we can easily tell whether we are deceiving ourselves or not. I can think I am the greatest yogi, but from what others think of me, how they relate to me and how I interact with them, I can experience very directly whether my image of myself is right or not. For this reason, it is important to live in the world and observe what sort of communication we have with other people. It is very easy to deceive ourselves otherwise. Q. Can the yamas and niyamas, which help to reduce avidya and its effects, be developed through conscious willing effort? A. We must always distinguish between cause and effect. Very often we confuse them. Mostly we follow certain behavior patterns in our lives because we have definite expectations and goals. But often we do not achieve our goals. During the course of our lives, through personal development and external events, it often happens that something totally unexpected arises. Yamas and niyamas can be both cause and effect. Today I might tell you 100 blatant lies and feel perfectly happy about it. Tomorrow I may recoil from telling even one small untruth. That is how yamas grow. There are no definite rules, and we can never predict with certainty what is going to occur. But in what has happened in the past we can find gentle hints about what may arise in the future. Q. So we can always only observe how, for example, hate or greed appear, and then try to prevent them from reappearing? A. First we must simply observe. The first thing we do is watch and see what is happening. Then we see what we need to be wary of. We do not simply drive onto a motorway and take off. We must be constantly looking around as we go forward. Q. Isn't it easier to abide by yogic principles if you live in a quiet place like a monastery rather than living in the family home? A. Both settings can be helpful. A friend of mine came to India thinking it would do him good to live alone for 2 or 3 years in the Himalayas. He found a nice place and spent 3 years there. He had a few books with him and practiced sadhana. Indeed, he practiced intensely. One day he came to me to work on a few asanas and to study the Yoga Sutra. When he arrived in Madras, he said he had the feeling that a lot had been going on for him. He seemed very happy. He used very complicated expressions such as Savijja Samadhi when he was talking about his development in the Himalayas. Then he found a simple room to rent on the grounds of the Theosophical Society in Madras, a quiet and peaceful place where he would not be disturbed. After 2 days he told me he had changed his mind and wanted to look for a larger place to live. I was a bit surprised and asked him why he was all of a sudden looking for a big house. I have gotten to know a woman. My whole life has suddenly changed. I do not judge this change of heart, I simply want to point out that my friend was not really who he thought he was. A place like a retreat or monastery can be a help, but the real test for this experience would be a city like Madras with its teeming population. The real test for someone from Madras would be to see what it is like living in a secluded monastery. I am sure that there are people who could not last more than 1 day in that kind of quiet. Someone who is uncertain of themselves, on the other hand, would only last a day in Madras. Change helps. We must look at both fire and water if we want to experience how we will react to them. That is why yama is so important, for it includes our relationships with different people at different times. In this way we can experience who we are. Q. A changing environment, then, is important for yoga? A. Yes, a little change is very important. The mind grows so used to things that our action quickly falls into habits, saskras. We can never experience our real nature if we do not expose ourselves to change. That is why we must test ourselves sometimes by doing something completely different. Q. I understand how we should give up living out a desire that we recognize is bad for us. Where should the emphasis of our work then lie, on giving it up or on making sure that the desire does not reappear? I notice that I get angry when a desire arises, and I am disturbed that I get so angry. It is a vicious circle. A. We must first of all determine whether that which we consider to be a problem really is one. Think about what it means when you say that's causing me a lot of trouble. To recognize if there really is a problem, it is often helpful to change your surroundings and look at things from a different perspective. As an example, let's say you have the opportunity to lie about something. It may be a white lie, one that would avoid a difficult interaction. It could also be a statement of untruth that prevents your having to spend a lot of time analyzing a situation. Or it could be a lie that has no consequence. There are many different philosophical origins for a single untruth. At the moment it seems fine, you might even want to lie. But later it bothers you. You think, how could I have lied like that? It would have been better to speak the truth or to have remained silent. What was right in this situation? You can sort it out by discussing the whole experience with someone in an abstract way and watching his or her reaction. Or you can change your surroundings, going into a different situation from where you can view the whole encounter from a fresh perspective. Then you have the chance to look at everything again. The Yoga Sutra says that if something is really causing you problems, imagine the opposite situation. This can help you sort out the right thing to do. The idea is to be open. Encouraging a change of perspective is a matter of finding a new situation that can allow a fresh attitude to develop. This may mean reading a book, talking with a close friend, or going to the movies. Perhaps you will even discover that what you have been worrying about is not the real source of your difficulties. In any situation, when you do not know exactly how you should behave, then you should not act immediately. Q. So whenever we are in doubt, we shouldn't act. A. If there is time to consider the situation, don't act. If there is no time, then at least give yourself a little breathing space. Whenever you are in doubt, it is best to pause. Few things are so pressing that they cannot wait for a moment of breath. Q. It seems to me, though, that it is precisely when I am in a situation in which I am in doubt that I find it impossible to pause, especially if I am responsible for someone else in that moment. Times when doubt and uncertainty are the greatest stand out in my experience because of the fact that I cannot give myself breathing space. If it were otherwise, the stress under which I live would not seem so great. What should I do when doubts arise? Should I turn to another thought or circumstance? Should I confront my doubts? Or should I perhaps ignore them? A. Somehow you must arrange things so that you can look at the problem from another, higher vantage point. If you succeed in doing this, that is already a sign of progress. Perhaps, if you practice yoga, things are going better for you today than yesterday, and already it is easier to look at the same problem differently. But often one makes no progress towards solving problems simply by viewing them from a different angle or discussing them with someone else. Something more may be necessary. In yoga it is important to grow. We must develop. What was doubt does not have to remain doubt forever. My personal experience of changing my life from that of an engineer to a devoted yoga teacher that was in 1964 was a major decision that brought with it many problems. I talked about it with many people, but the problems remained. And then suddenly one day there were no longer any problems. Somehow I was able to view the whole situation from a different vantage point, and suddenly the problems were gone. When things become a little easier, the doubts disappear more easily. The goal of yoga is to encourage us to be a little better than we were before. We become better by making an effort and by practicing patience. When we do this, we will not see ourselves as beset by so many problems. Our efforts may change in intensity, but over a period of time we will gradually experience progress. We must actively seize every opportunity that helps us to progress. Krishnamacharya in Top to Bottom, Halasana, Supta Kosana, Bhujagsana. 12. The world exists to set us free. We cannot simply start adhering to the 5 yamas by practicing it as first and, when we have mastered that, proceeding to Satya, and so on. Our behavior changes gradually as we progress along the yoga path, a path that is determined by the desire to better ourselves by any means. In this connection, the word aga or limb has a very important meaning. From conception through a child's full development, all the limbs of the fetus grow simultaneously. The body does not sprout an arm first, then a leg, and so on. Similarly, on the path of yoga all 8 aspects develop concurrently and in an interrelated way. That is why the Yoga Sutra uses the term aga for the 8 limbs of yoga. Patanjali refers to them collectively as aga. Pratyahara. We have already discussed the first 4 limbs of yoga, asana, prima, yama, and niyama. The 5th limb of yoga, pratyahara, has to do with our senses. 1. The word ahara means nourishment. Pratyahara translates as to withdraw oneself from that which nourishes the senses. What does this mean? It means our senses stop living off the things that stimulate. The senses no longer depend on these stimulants and are not fed by them anymore. Our eyes are drawn to a beautiful sunset as bees are drawn to honey. This is the way our senses function normally. But there is also the possibility that the most beautiful sunset on earth will not attract our attention, will not engage our senses, because we are deeply immersed in something else. Normally the senses say to the mind, look at this, smell this, touch that. The senses register an object and the mind is drawn to it at once. In Pratyahara we sever this link between mind and senses, and the senses withdraw. Each sense perception has a particular quality to which it relates. The eyes relate to the form of something, the ears to the sound, the vibration it makes, the nose to its smell. In Pratyahara it is as if things are spread out with all their attractions before our senses, but they are ignored. The senses remain unmoved and uninfluenced. Let me give you an example. When we are totally absorbed in the breath during prima, when we are completely with it, pratyahara occurs quite automatically. The mind is so intensely occupied with the breath that all links between mind, senses, and external objects that have nothing to do with the breath are cut. So pratyahara is not a state of sleep. The senses are quite capable of responding, but they do not because they have withdrawn. As another example, when I am asked a question, I try to clarify the subject I have been discussing as I answer. As I become more involved in my response, I grow less aware of where I am. I become increasingly more engrossed in the interaction. This is another manifestation of pratyahara. Although I stand in front of the audience with open eyes, I am so absorbed in the content of the discussion that my senses no longer react to other stimuli. Even if there were snow falling outside the window I would not notice, nor do I hear the sounds coming from outside the room. Pratyahara does not mean that I look at something and say to myself, I'm not going to look at that. What is meant by pratyahara is that I create a situation in which my mind is so absorbed in something that the senses no longer respond to other objects. When we act we must use our senses. When we speak we must use the mouth and the ears. Vairagya, the concept of equanimity or detachment, means that we act without thinking about the possible gains to be had as a consequence of that action. Vairagya is being detached from the results or the fruits of my action. Pratyahara, on the other hand, is related to the senses. It is only about the senses. Pratyahara occurs almost automatically when we meditate because we are so absorbed in the object of meditation. Precisely because the mind is so focused, the senses follow it. It is not happening the other way around. No longer functioning in their usual manner, the senses become extraordinarily sharp. Under normal circumstances the senses become our masters rather than being our servants. The senses entice us to develop cravings for all sorts of things. In Pratyahara the opposite occurs. When we have to eat we eat, but not because we have a craving for food. In Pratyahara we try to put the senses in their proper place, but not cut them out of our actions entirely. Pratyahara can be a means for controlling physical discomfort by directing the attention elsewhere. Imagine you have been sitting in the full lotus pose, completely absorbed in God or Om. You have not even been aware that you have been sitting for so long in this position. When you return to your normal awareness you find you have to massage your legs. You have not been aware of what has been happening in your legs and feet because your interest was focused on something else. In this sense it is possible for pain to be masked by Pratyahara, but it is difficult to direct the senses to a particular object with the express purpose of forgetting pain because our senses always function collectively. Pratyahara is rather a state that occurs spontaneously. Many people say that inner gazing is a Pratyahara technique, and in many texts this is suggested. But Pratyahara happens by itself, we cannot make it happen, we can only practice the means by which it might happen. Dra is the sixth limb of yoga. Means to hold. The essential idea in the concept of Dra is holding the concentration or focus of attention in one direction. Let me give you the example that is traditionally used to explain Dra. Imagine a large reservoir of water used by farmers for watering their fields. There are channels leading away from the reservoir in different directions. If the farmer has dug all the channels the same depth, the water runs equally in all directions. But if one channel is deeper than the others, more water flows through it. This is what happens in Dra. We create the conditions for the mind to focus its attention in one direction instead of going out in many different directions. Deep contemplation and reflection can create the right conditions, and the focus on this one point that we have chosen becomes more intense. We encourage one particular activity of the mind, and the more intense it becomes, the more the other activities of the mind fall away. Dra is therefore the condition in which the mind focuses and concentrates exclusively on one point. This point can be anything at all, but it is always just a single object. Dra is only one step away from dhyana, contemplation, or meditation. Dhyana during Dra the mind is moving in one direction like a quiet river, nothing else is happening. In dhyana, one becomes involved with a particular thing, a link is established between self and object. In other words, you perceive a particular object and at the same time continuously communicate with it. Dra must precede dhyana, because the mind needs focusing on a particular object before a connection can be made. Dra is the contact, and dhyana is the connection. Samadhi, when we succeed in becoming so absorbed in something that our mind becomes completely one with it, we are in a state of samadhi. Samadhi means to bring together, to merge. In samadhi our personal identity, name, profession, family history, bank account, and so forth completely disappears. In the moment of samadhi none of that exists anymore. Nothing separates us from the object of our choice, instead we blend and become one with it. Figure 31 shows the relationship between Dra, dhyana, and samadhi. In Dra, 1, we focus the mind, making contact with that on which we are focusing, the breath, a sound, an area of the body, the mind itself, the image of the moon, the notion of humility, etc. Then the mind links with the object of attention and maintains this link. There is a communication or iteration between the two. This is dhyana, 2, which then leads to samadhi, 3, a state in which the mind blends and becomes one with the object of meditation. Figure 31. The progression from Dra, via dhyana, to samadhi. Pratyahara, Dra, dhyana, and samadhi cannot be practiced. I cannot simply sit down and say, right now I am going to do Dra. I can, though, create the right conditions to help bring about a state of Dra. I can practice asanas and prima that, according to the Yoga Sutra, create favorable conditions for my mind to enter the states I described above. In order to experience Dra and dhyana, the mind must first be in a particular condition. I have to first allow the many things that are going on in my mind to settle so that my mind becomes quiet. If the workings of the mind are too powerful, I cannot enter a state of Dra. If I try to enter a state of Dra by forcing the mind while there are still many disparate things churning around in it, then I can get into great difficulties. For this reason the Yoga Sutra suggests the practice of asanas and prima as preparation for Dra, because these influence mental activities and create space in the crowded schedule of the mind. Once Dra has occurred, dhyana and samadhi can follow. So when somebody says I am meditating, he or she actually means I am attempting to prepare myself for dhyana. I'd like to bring my mind into a suitable state for dhyana to occur. To say I am doing dhyana or I am meditating actually corrupts the concept of dhyana, because technically dhyana is not something we can do. It is something that simply happens if the conditions are right. It is a sthiti, simply given. Hence all we can do is emphasize the means that help to make the conditions right for dhyana. Sayama when Dra, dhyana, and samadhi are concentrated on one object, the resulting state is called samayama. Sam means together, and the word yama can be translated as curbing or discipline. When a person is constantly focusing on one particular object, he or she will come to understand it progressively more deeply. Say for example that I want to understand how the stars move. I would have to investigate this thoroughly. I might begin by asking, what is a star? Why does it move from east to west? From there I would ask progressively more involved questions about the movements of the stars until my desire to know was satisfied. What happens when I do this? In a short time I learn more about this topic than any other. That is sayama. Instead of choosing one topic today and another tomorrow, I try to understand one particular thing well, without my interest constantly leading me elsewhere. If my interest is on asanas, then I will find out everything about asanas. It is said that sayama releases supernatural powers, yet this is only the effect of sayama, not the aim. If these powers become the most important thing for me, then I lose the true meaning of sayama. The true goal of sayama is to concentrate on one object and to investigate it until we know everything about it. Kaivalya describes the effect on the personality of being in a continuous state of samadhi. This is the state of inner freedom that yoga strives for. The last 34 verses of the Yoga Sutra are devoted to Kaivalya. Derived from the word Kaivala, which translates as to keep to oneself, we sometimes find Kaivalya explained as isolation or aloofness. A person in the state of Kaivalya understands the world so well that he stands apart from it in the sense that he is not influenced by it, although he may well be in a position to influence the world. It is a misunderstanding to think that someone who lives in a state of Kaivalya is no longer a real person with normal human needs and functions. In reality, people in Kaivalya behave like normal people, but they do not carry the burden of the world on their shoulders. They live in the world, but they are not subject to it. They are not free from sensual perception or free of the body, but they are a bit different. Wherever they happen to be, they are sure of themselves. That is Kaivalya. External forces have no power over a person like this, though he knows the external world very well. According to yoga, the purpose of the whole of creation is to give us a context for understanding what we are and what we are not. When we understand that, then there is Kaivalya, and Prakti has fulfilled its purpose. To a person who experiences Kaivalya sees Prakti, the material world, simply as it is, with no meaning beyond that. By practicing asanas we become more flexible, by practicing prima we gain control over our breath. It is similar with Kaivalya, something gradually happens that is beyond our control. There is always a gap between our efforts and these states I am describing. There is always a spontaneity, something simply happens within us. It is similar to the moment we fall asleep, we cannot pinpoint it. Either we miss the moment or we do not sleep. There are two forces within us, one comes from our old conditioning and habits, the other is our new conditioning that develops out of our changing behavior. As long as these two forces are operating, the mind is swinging from one to the other. But when the old force disappears, the mind no longer swings back and forth. We have reached another state, and it is felt as a continuum. Further thoughts on Pratyahara, Dharan. A. Dhyana, and Samadhi. Q. What is the relationship between Pratyahara and Dra? A. Pratyahara occurs automatically in a state of Dra. The word Pratyahara is often used to simply describe what happens with our senses in the state of Dra. We cannot be thinking of 1,000 different things and say we are going to do Pratyahara. Pratyahara is the result of a state of Dra or Dhyana or Samadhi. In the Yoga Sutra, Pratyahara is mentioned first not because it occurs first but rather because it has to do with the senses and not the mind. It is therefore more external than Dra. I cannot simply decide to practice asanas for half an hour, then Pratyahara for 20 minutes, and then Dra for an hour. The process does not work like that. Q. Let's look at two different situations, one in which I am totally unaware of the messages that my senses are sending to my mind, and another wherein my mind registers the messages but I decide not to react. What is the difference in these two scenarios? Say for example that I am a musician, totally absorbed in what I am playing, and I become aware that someone is waiting to speak to me. I could ignore the person, finish the piece of music, and then ask what they want. Would that be Pratyahara? Or would it only be Pratyahara if I had not even noticed that someone was waiting to see me? A. We must not think that when we are in a state of Dra, Dhyana, or Samadhi, our senses are dead. There are examples of wonderful poems that sages have composed while in a state of Samadhi. People in Samadhi can sing beautiful words. And when we sing we are using our oral senses and our voice. But how have these sages used their senses? They have used them to serve the mind and spirit, not to distract them. The senses are certainly not dead. The difference between this and our normal state is that here the senses support the focus of the mind on one point. Let's say we want to describe a wonderful statue of a god that we have seen. To do this we have to look at the toes, the ankles, and so on we must see. But in this situation our seeing only serves the purpose of describing the statue. If we start to wonder about where the stone that the statue is made of originated and what its geological make-up is, then the mind is distracted. But if we look at the feet and recognize them as the feet of the divine image sitting in the lotus position, then the senses are working in harmony with the mind. The senses are certainly not dead in this process. Pratyahara means that the senses serve the mind in the state of Dra, Dhyana, and Samadhi. Q. When someone is in a state of Pratyahara, do they perceive things? Are the objects spontaneously and directly perceived? Is there discursive thinking or not? Do we perceive without mediating thought? A. It all depends. For instance, thinking played a part in my example of the statue of the god. The thinking process is there, but exclusively in relation to the object. Memory is functioning only in connection with the object. In this example of Pratyahara, there is no distraction through our senses because we are so absorbed in the object of our meditation. The senses react only to this object. If I am expounding on something from the Yoga Sutra and the smell of food from the kitchen suddenly attracts my attention, I am not in a state of Pratyahara. But if I carry on with my explanations without being distracted by the cooking smells, then I am in a state of Pratyahara. In Dhyana there is a medium for communication that could be thinking. But in Samadhi there is not even this kind of thinking. The mind is clear. It has understood the object as it is. Q. I'm still not clear about Pratyahara in Dhyana. A. The more we become absorbed in the object of our meditation, the more we can notice how our senses change their behavior. I use the word object for lack of a better term. An object in this sense could be simply the image of pure white light, or it could be a sutra. The object of meditation. Meditation is anything used to help focus the mind. In a meditative state, the senses are in accord with the state of dhyana. Pratyahara occurs as a result of this state. It is not possible to achieve Pratyahara by itself. We can certainly do things such as inner gazing and mudra in prima to help us realize Pratyahara. But those practices alone are not Pratyahara. Pratyahara is rather a point at which the senses are at the service of the mind. Pratyahara occurs when we are in the state of dhyana. Various activities such as prima and prayers are called dhyana, yet these are really nothing more than aids for attaining a meditative state. Some teachers recommend practice exercises for Pratyahara. They suggest things like, close your eyes, breathe in deeply, and send the breath to the ankles. A technique such as this is similar to practicing prima. It is an exercise for focusing the mind in a certain direction so that it becomes less distracted. But it is very difficult to find a real technique for practicing Pratyahara, for the more we think about the senses, the more active they become. We can, however, create the conditions under which the senses lose their usual significance and simply support the mind in its state of dhyana. Q. How does this occur? We cannot simply sit down and practice dhyana like we can prima. How does dhyana come about? A certain effort is always required, and this involves two things. When we are trying to practice exercises such as prima, there is always something that hinders us. This is actually in the mind. There is one force in us wanting us to practice, and another, namely, our old habits, that wants to stop us. This means that when we want to practice, we must make an effort. The moment we no longer have to make any effort at all is the beginning of dhyana. That is why Patanjali says, in the first chapter of the Yoga Sutra, abhyasa is necessary. 3. We have to move in a certain direction toward a particular goal. The more we do this, the less we will be distracted by the other possible choices we could have made. Then comes the day when it is no longer necessary to say, all right, time for some practice. Let's say I am doing my prima practice and the postman brings a letter from a friend. One voice inside me whispers, go and read the letter. But another voice is telling me to finish my prima practice first. Because of this oscillation of the mind, I have to make an effort. In the moment of dhyana, all the effort to practice disappears. Q. Let's say you were a student and had to write a paper. You already have an idea for it. When you sit down and begin to concentrate, you are in a state of dra. When you really get involved in the effort to understand it and put it on paper, is that then dhyana? A. Yes. Q. And in this example, what would be a state of samadhi? A. Imagine you get stuck in the middle of writing the paper. You do not know how to go on, so you take a break from your work for a while and do something else. Suddenly, in the middle of whatever else you are doing, it comes to you in a flash, I've got it. You haven't actually got the whole paper in your head, but you've understood how to proceed. Then you sit down again at your desk and finish the paper. At this point you have completely merged with the subject, become one with the subject, and can therefore easily finish the paper. That is samadhi. Q. Is the difference then that in dhyana there is still a consciousness that I am thinking, while in samadhi the knowledge simply comes? A. Yes, in samadhi the gap between the mind and the object we are focusing on is much smaller, and the understanding so immediate, that we no longer have to think. In the first chapter of the Yoga Sutra there is a description of how samadhi happens. First of all we reflect. This is called vitarka. Once we have done this, the next step is to study the object. This is vichara. As the intense study becomes more refined, we suddenly understand. In this moment we experience a feeling of profound happiness, which we call ananda, and we know with certainty that we are one with the object of our meditation. This is asmita. For finally we feel that we understand what we wanted to understand. The term asmita refers here to the merging of mind with the object of meditation. This is the process of samadhi. First there is oscillation in the mind, then the superficial logic is reduced and the process becomes an inner, deep, subtle one. Finally, reflection becomes refined to the point where I know that I understand. There is no longer any doubt. Q. I am still not clear about the difference between Dra and Dhyana. A. Let me give you another example. When I begin a class, I have normally thought about it and planned it, but I do not know how I will actually proceed. So I start the class by asking if there are any questions arising from what we discussed in the previous class. That is the beginning of Dra. I have not yet made the connection. I am just orienting myself so that I know how to continue speaking to the students about yoga. Dra is the preparation and orientation. The deeper I immerse myself in what we are talking about, the more I approach a state of Dhyana. In the state of Dra, I am more susceptible to distractions than when I am in Dhyana. That is the difference. Q. Do we have to sit in a certain place for Dra, Dhyana, and Samadhi, or could we experience them in different settings as we watch a beautiful sunset, for example? A. Yes, you can experience these states in the company of a beautiful sunset. It is actually useful to use external objects as meditation objects, especially at the beginning. This is why there are statues in our temples and crosses in a Christian church. These objects of worship are there to help beginners experience Dra, but that is only the first step. Whether you sit or stand is irrelevant. You can walk and hardly notice your action if you are absorbed in something. There are certain schools in India that teach walking meditations. If something as simple as walking disturbs our Dra, then our concentration is not strong. But at the start it is always best to begin with the easiest thing, a comfortable sitting position, and, as a meditation tool, an object that is pleasing to us. Let's say you did not believe in Shiva, one of the highest gods in the Hindu pantheon, and I said to you, meditate on the god Shiva. There will be conflict in you. You must instead start with something to which you can relate. In yoga it is said that you must begin where you are and with what you like. After all, the object of meditation is actually unimportant. What is important is that the chosen object does not cause you any problems or hinder you from focusing your mind. That is why I suggest you choose an object that suits your temperament and faith. A Muslim in India would have enormous difficulties meditating on the word Om, the holy sound of the Hindu culture. Q. In Dhyana, does the individual and the object of meditation retain individual and separate identities? A. Yes. In Dhyana there is a feeling that I am in a meditative state. The consciousness of the self is present. Many people use the word Dhyana to describe someone who is nearly in a state of samadhi, as if in Dhyana there is only the object. But we should understand these three states as three steps or stages. First, there is Dra, where we concentrate on our chosen object and close off from external distractions. Then there is Dhyana, the connection or communication between self and object. Finally there is Samadhi, where we have so deeply immersed ourselves in the object that the sense of self no longer seems to exist. Q. Does the object of our attention retain its distinct identity in Samadhi? A. Of course. It is not the object that meditates we are meditating. The object can change, as all things may change, but that is not the result of Samadhi. On the other hand, what we experience in relation to the object may vary enormously from person to person. Suppose we want to think about the concept of Isvara. We read about it widely and begin to investigate it thoroughly. The more we go into it, the more we understand. Not because Isvara itself changes, but because we understand more. We are not altering the object of our research, we have no control over that. Our understanding of the subject is what changes because the mind becomes clearer and we can see what was previously hidden from us. As another example, to investigate the nature of anger is dhyana, but to find ourselves in a state of anger is not dhyana. In all the classical texts the emphasis is placed on what actually occurs in the state of samadhi. The Sanskrit word prajna translates as very clear understanding. The old texts say that in samadhi, ta prajna prevails, that is, what is seen is the truth. This means that in samadhi we arrive at a real understanding. Understanding of the object, even if the object is anger. We can see where it comes from, how it has arisen, and what effects it has. If anger has taken possession of us, however, we lose ourselves in it. In such a state the mind is completely covered with avidya, whereas in samadhi avidya does not cloud the mind at all. That is why in a state of samadhi we can often see things that were previously hidden from us. Whether we are experiencing samadhi or not is not shown by sitting cross-legged with closed eyes and a meaningful expression on our face. We know we are experiencing samadhi if we can see and understand things that we could not see or understand before. Q. It is said that in yoga we should try to recognize the difference between purusha and prakrti. Now you are talking about samadhi as a state in which there is no gap between subject and object. How do these two concepts relate to each other? A. The gap does not exist anymore because there is observation. I said that we see and recognize something which was previously hidden from us. For example, when we look into a mirror we see ourselves in it. But what we really see is the mirror's reflection of us, not our real selves. Now the image in the mirror and our person seem to merge into each other, yet we can still distinguish between the two. When we look into the mirror we cannot take away the image of our face without turning away from ourselves. That is to say, what is seen merges with that which sees. This also implies that anything standing between them has vanished. As I said, our purusha sees an object through the mind. If the mind is colored, we cannot see clearly. If the mind is very clear, then it is almost as if it does not exist. We see the object exactly as it is. The problems we have to deal with in life arise from the way the consequences of our actions have settled in our mind, that is, they arise from our saskara. We are not able to distinguish the colored image that exists in the mind from the real object. For instance, I may say yes, I understand, and then 5 minutes later say oh, but I'm not clear about that. The same I that thought it understood is now saying it does not understand. In the state of samadhi the I is almost non-existent, the confusion of the mind is gone. But to understand this fully we have to experience it. Q. Can a student of yoga who is beginning to experience these various states do this alone, or should I ask for the help of a teacher? A. As in any situation, a little advice is always helpful. Theoretically everything seems very simple, but in practice there are many difficulties. For example, what do you choose as an object and then where do you begin, how do you focus on it? Since we all have a different starting point, it is best that you find someone you respect and relate to easily and let that person guide you. A teacher can help you if only because he or she can observe you. When the Yoga Sutra was written it was taken for granted that students went to a teacher, that is why there is no specific reference to a teacher in the texts. Originally yoga was passed on by word of mouth, only much later was it written down. Students lived with their teachers until they got to know them well. I think it is best to have some personal guidance. Q. Can the state of dhyana occur in asanas? Can we use the body as the object and allow the communication between the mind and the body to grow into dhyana? A. Yes. Actually, the third chapter of the Yoga Sutra deals with this. If your meditation object is the pole star, you can understand the movements of all stars. 5. And if you meditate on the navel chakra, you can reach an understanding of the whole body. 6. It is certainly possible to use the body as your meditation object. In this way, you come to understand more about the body. If you choose the breath as your object of meditation, then your understanding of the breath grows. Q. Can we then reach a state of samadhi during asana practice? Wouldn't it interrupt the movement? A. Haven't we got all the necessary elements in asana practice: mind, object, and relationship between them? So what is the problem? It is only that our focus is different when we are doing asanas. For example, if we want to feel a twist, then our mind only has to focus on it completely, and then we understand what a twist is. There are many possible objects for dhyana when we are doing asanas. It could be the whole concept of asana, or it could be a detail, something particular such as a twist, the flow of the breath, or something else. What we see in dhyana depends on what object we have chosen. We often find suggestions for what we should direct our attention toward, depending on the purpose of our meditation. That is why we have so many different gods in India. We look at smiling Vayu and experience something particular. We look at the powerful goddess Durga and experience another feeling. The kind goddess Sakti awakens in us something different again. The particular meditation object we choose influences our understanding. Q. When you were talking about samadhi, you said that it contains three elements: the person who is looking, the object, and the connection between the two. And when you were talking about dhyana, you said that the person who is looking and the object being looked at merge into each other and a connection develops. If I understood you correctly, you also said that in samadhi only the object remains, neither the person observing nor the connection between observer and observed is important. What then has happened to the connection between them? A. With regard to dhyana, I said that the observer and the observed meet and make a connection. What I wanted to say with regard to samadhi is that in this state there are no thoughts. Thinking is absent, there is no need for it because we are so closely linked to our object. It is irrelevant to say this is like this and that is like that. We, the observers, are certainly still there, but we have such a profound, intense understanding of what we are observing that there is no need to think or analyze. That is what I meant to convey in saying that the connection no longer exists. Of course, there are various stages and degrees of intensity in samadhi. What I have just described is more developed than those where thinking and communication are still present. Q. Is it true that every time we learn something, we have a little taste of dhyana, and samadhi? A. Definitely. It does not have to be such a profound process as is described in yoga books, but it is still the same. When we understand something, our mind has to be actively involved. That is and dhyana. There is also the question about whether the states of dhyana, and samadhi are permanent. Someone in a state of samadhi is totally in this state, that is, only samadhi prevails. It is almost as if the person in samadhi cannot remember that he or she has ever had a restless, confused mind. But when the same person is again in a state of restlessness and confusion, there is at best only a memory of samadhi. It is usually the case that we alternate between dhyana, and samadhi on the one hand and states of restlessness and confusion on the other. In samadhi, we are not even aware that we were ever confused. A confused person may vaguely remember his or her samadhi state, but that is all. As a person gets more involved, he or she spends more time in samadhi, and experiences less restlessness. It may get to the point where that person is always in a state of samadhi. We hope for this. Q. Is then the ultimate goal of yoga to be always in a state of samadhi? A. The ultimate goal of yoga is to always observe things accurately, and therefore never act in a way that will make us regret our actions later. Krishnamacharya in Padmasana Urdhvamukha, above, and Padmabhujagsana. 13. The qualities of the mind. In the first chapter of the Yoga Sutra, Patanjali defines yoga as a certain state of mental activity, one that he calls niraya. 1. A level of mental functioning characterized by consistent focused attention. Niraya is the fifth and highest level of the mind. We only attain niraya by successively recognizing and conquering the lower levels of the mind's activities. The lowest level of the mind can be likened to that of a drunken monkey swinging from branch to branch. Thoughts, feelings, and perceptions come and go in rapid succession. We are hardly aware of them and can find no thread linking them. This level of the mind's activity is called kipta. The second level of the mind is called madha. Here the mind is like one of a heavy water buffalo standing for hours on end in one place. Any inclination to observe, act, or react has nearly disappeared. This sort of state of mind can arise from many causes. We might feel this heavy after eating too much or as a result of getting too little sleep. Some medications can cause this state of mind. Some people go into a state of mudha when they lose a loved one. Mudha can also be a reaction to a deep disappointment, when something that was deeply desired cannot be reached. And it sometimes arises in people who, after many unsuccessful attempts to make something of their lives, simply withdraw and do not want to know about anything anymore. Vikipta is the word used to describe the third level of the mind. In Viksipta, the mind is moving but the movement lacks consistent purpose and direction. The mind encounters obstacles and doubts. It alternates between knowing what it wants to do and uncertainty, between confidence and diffidence. This is the most common state of mind. The fourth level of mind is called ekagrata. Here the mind is relatively clear, distractions have little influence. We have a direction and, most important of all, we can move forward in this direction and keep our attention on it. This state corresponds to Dra. By practicing yoga we can create the conditions that gradually move the mind from the Ksipta level to the ekagrata level. When ekagrata is fully developed, it peaks at Nara. This is the fifth and final level at which the mind can operate. At this level, the mind is linked completely and exclusively with the object of its attention. Mind and object seem to merge into one. This is a difficult concept to understand, so I will give you another example. Before I give a lecture on the concept of Nara, I think a lot about the 5 levels of the mind and find that many ideas arise relative to what I'm considering. Many related experiences and memories come to mind. But where I begin to speak to my audience and answer their questions, as I become more engrossed in explaining Nara, I see how I should proceed. Fewer questions arise in my mind. I get to the stage when I do not get lost inside issues and I am not particularly aware of my audience. I am no longer worried about what they think of my examples. What I say comes much more from an inner closeness to the topic I am discussing. In this process my mind has focused completely on one thing, explaining Nara. It is as if my mind is almost enveloped in this interest. Nothing else concerns me, and all my understanding of the concept of Nara is fully with me. Nothing but the topic I am explaining exists for me. This is the state of mind that is meant wherever the term Nara is used in the Yoga Sutra. The syllable radha is derived from the root rad, to be wrapped in, ni, is a prefix that indicates great internal intensity. Nara describes a state in which the mind focuses exclusively on one thing without being disturbed by other thoughts or external distractions. The word Nara also has another meaning, which is sometimes translated as limit or restraint. This interpretation can indeed be justified, not in the sense that we limit or restrict the mind to one particular direction, but rather it works conversely. The mind has moved so strongly and intensely toward one area and has become so absorbed in it that nothing else can penetrate it and all other mental activities cease. So if Nara means limit, it is because the restraints and cessation of all other mental activities are a natural consequence. In this sense, Nara means total absorption. Patanjali thus defines yoga as siddhavritti Nara. That state of the mind that has one and only one direction is siddhavritti Nara. Some people ask whether yoga isn't a matter of eliminating the activities of the mind. It shows insufficient knowledge and understanding of the Yoga Sutra if you come to the conclusion that the many mental faculties we have, those of observation, inference, memory, imagination, inactivity, and hyperactivity, for example, are detrimental and need to be eliminated. Yoga understands that these faculties are indeed necessary for living. However, exposed to the influences that constantly assail it, the mind develops its own way of working if it is left to its own devices. In the end it becomes incapable of using the many faculties it possesses because it cannot find any stability and clarity. That is the reason why the Yoga Sutra says that all mental faculties can be either positive or negative. 2. In yoga we are simply trying to create the conditions in which the mind becomes as useful as possible for our actions. This can only happen gradually. Every shortcut is an illusion. It is a step-by-step process, one that includes a great number of techniques from which one must choose intelligently according to the individual need. The Yoga Sutra gives many suggestions, which together comprise our yoga practice, the Yoga Sadhana. Asana practice, breathing exercises, study of the Yoga Sutra, surrender to God, detachment from one's own action, visiting a holy person, and investigating the nature of dreams are all part of the process. Every person is different and has a unique set of life experiences. That is why there are so many suggestions for helping the student on the yoga path. In one way or another, you can bring your mind into a state in which it understands and can act with complete involvement. And who is not searching for opportunities to understand things more clearly, to make new discoveries and rectify faulty perceptions? If you can say anything about what happens in the state of Niraya, it is this: you see and you know. Whatever the mind may be preoccupied with, it sees and understands it so completely that there is little left to learn. If you go into this process further, you can catch a glimpse of what lies beyond normal observation and experience. Therein lies the basis of yogic wisdom. A yogi or yogini has not seen something others can never see, rather, he or she sees what others do not yet see. Krishnamacharya demonstrating variations of Ardha Matsya and Drasana. 14.9 Obstacles on the yoga way. I have discussed the potential the mind has to become focused, dra, to enter into ongoing communication with the chosen object, dhyana, and finally to merge completely with it, samadhi. These are natural states of mind that can arise spontaneously, but there are always obstacles arising that prevent their occurrence. Recognizing these obstacles can help us prepare the mind for attaining a state of great clarity. The question is, therefore, what are the obstacles and what can help us get them out of the way? Patanjali describes the obstacles, antarayas, as rocks lying on the path traveled by someone who has set off on the yoga journey. The student is constantly stumbling over them, making detours, or getting stuck. Let us consider these 9 obstacles, see how they come about, and learn how we can get rid of them. The 9 obstacles listed by Patanjali are illness, lethargy, doubt, haste, or impatience, resignation or fatigue, distraction, ignorance, or arrogance, inability to take a new step, and loss of confidence. They are manifested in symptoms like feeling sorry for oneself, a negative attitude, physical problems, and breathing difficulties. 1. Obstacles. Obviously it is an obstacle to my yoga practice when I feel unwell or am ill. Vyadi, illness, disturbs the mind so much that I must first do something to improve my health before I can go on. Another obstacle that directly affects my state of mind is subjection to my moods. Sometimes I feel good and know I can tackle anything, at other times I might feel lethargic and lacking enough energy to do anything. This heaviness and lethargy, sthayana, can be caused by eating too much, by eating the wrong kinds of food, by cold weather, or by the very nature of the mind. Of the 3 guna, Tamas describes this lethargy, this heavy state of mind. If tamas takes over, we can hardly do anything, even things we are accustomed to doing. We can scarcely move. For some people, doubt is the greatest obstacle to progressing in yoga. I am not referring here to svadhyaya, the kind of self-examination that can help us progress. Svadhyaya is an intrinsic part of yoga. The doubt Patanjali speaks of is saya, a regular and persistent feeling of uncertainty, as for example when we are in the middle of doing something and suddenly ask, how shall I go on? Is it worth it even for another day? Perhaps I should look for another teacher. Perhaps I should try another way altogether. This kind of doubt undermines our progress in yoga. Sometimes we act hastily and carelessly, especially when we want to reach our goal quickly. Pramada, haste, can create problems. Acting in haste, we slip back rather than make progress. Because we have not spent enough time analyzing and reflecting on what we are doing, we grind to a halt in our practice. Another obstacle is the kind of resignation or exhaustion which we call elasia. It manifests in such thoughts as, perhaps I am not the right person to be doing this. There is a lack of enthusiasm and very little energy. When this happens, we must do something to regain our motivation and enthusiasm. Lack of enthusiasm is a serious obstacle on the yoga path. The next obstacle can crop up when our senses gain the upper hand and begin to see themselves as masters rather than servants of the mind. Sometimes this happens without our even noticing it, which is hardly surprising since from birth we are trained to look here, see this, listen to that, taste this, touch that. It can easily happen that the senses take over out of habit and little by little steer us imperceptibly in the wrong direction. Avirity, distraction, is a great obstacle. The most dangerous of all obstacles occurs when we think we know everything. We imagine we have seen the truth and have reached the zenith, when in reality we have simply experienced a period of calm that makes us say, "This is what I have been looking for. I've found it at last. I've made it." But the feeling of having reached the top rung on the ladder is only illusion. Illusions like this are very common. They are nothing but ignorance and arrogance by Trantidarsana. Another stumbling block can arise when, just as we've been thinking we have made some progress, we suddenly notice how much there still is for us to do. We can grow very disappointed at this point and become fickle in mood. We suddenly have no interest in trying again, in finding another way to begin, in taking the next step. We start saying, "No more for me. I thought that was it, but now I feel like a fool, even more stupid than before. I just don't want to go on." We are incapable of taking another step. This is called alabdabhumakatva. As you see, the obstacles can consist of ordinary reality such as a physical illness, or they can be as subtle as an illusion of being better than you really are. When you become aware of the illusion you have been harboring and look reality squarely in the face, it is unfortunately all too easy to then view yourself as smaller and less important than you really are. This leads to loss of confidence, the last obstacle described by Patanjali. You may have reached a point you have never reached before, but you lack the power to stay there and fall back, losing what you have gained. Patanjali calls this anavasthitatbani. These are the obstacles that may be encountered on the yoga path. We do not necessarily meet them in the order I have described, and not every student has to deal with all of them. At no stage on the yoga path should we think we have become masters. Rather, we should know that the feeling of being a little better today than yesterday exists just as much as the hope that we will be a little better in the future. These feelings will come and go until we reach the point where there is no better and no worse. Overcoming obstacles. Just as yoga identifies the obstacles you may encounter along the way, so too does it suggest ways to help you overcome them. It is a great help to work with someone who can show you how to stick with the discipline you have chosen. Say you have a certain teacher with whom you are studying. It may happen that in the course of your work with that teacher you come across something new, only to discover later that it leads nowhere. The consequence of this may be that you begin to desire a different, better teacher. When the same thing happens with the new teacher you look for another and the cycle continues in this way. The Yoga Sutra tells us not to do this, but to instead maintain the relationship with your teacher, for if you do you will reach a deeper understanding and a greater degree of trust in him or her. It is also likely that the teacher, when he or she senses your trust, will be better able to discover what it is you need to be taught. Following one teacher and one direction helps. You discover the ways and means of avoiding and overcoming the various obstacles discussed earlier. Tu Prima is another technique often recommended as an aid to overcoming obstacles. For this purpose, the exhalation is of particular importance. Patanjali suggests practicing Prima with a long quiet exhalation and a short pause after exhalation. 3 simple techniques like this can be of tremendous help in overcoming obstacles. Another method for dealing with blocks on the yoga path is to investigate the senses in order to quiet the mind. For we can explore such questions as, how does the tongue function? How does this taste on the tip or in the middle or at the root of the tongue? How do I observe things? How do I hear sounds? It is not what we discover that is important, but rather that we quiet the mind and get to know ourselves better. Another possibility for stilling the mind is to begin examining the concept of Purua. The Upanishads locate the Purua somewhere in the region of the heart, in the depths of which can be found a tiny opening shaped like a lotus bud. If we concentrate our attention on this and look into our Purua, the mind becomes quiet and peaceful. 5. One more effective technique recommended in the Yoga Sutra is to find out about people who have experienced much suffering, dukkha, throughout their lives, and have overcome it. 6. By talking to or reading books written by such people, we can also find out how they solved their problems, which may in turn help us find solutions to our problems. In India there are many temples, each with its unique story of why it was built and what tradition it follows. Standing in front of a temple, we contemplate and investigate the meaning of the sculptures, the symbols used, and the people who made them, and as we do this we can discover some very moving stories. We gradually understand what a particular symbol signifies and what real meaning it can have for us. The more we allow ourselves to discover such things, the freer the mind becomes. When we are in a state of confusion and agitation, it is helpful to look for the cause within ourselves. It may be that something that arises continually and may therefore be very familiar to us is really something we know very little about. We can also ask ourselves where our dreams come from and what the underlying meaning of the dreams are, or what it is that sleeps and what happens when we wake up. Many people say that in deep, dreamless sleep we the children, the Puruas, are sleeping in the lap of the Father, Isvara. An investigation into deep sleep can therefore not only help us to learn more about this state, but can also contribute to a feeling of well-being and peacefulness. We might even ponder what makes it possible for life itself to continue. Quietly investigating all these things can help the mind to become more still. 7. But suppose none of the suggestions mentioned so far appeal to you. What do? You could try a form of meditation that makes use of a visual object. For example, you can visualize something and then reflect on what it means to you. In India we often meditate like this on the images of gods. As we visualize a particular god in the mind's eye, we recite his or her name 108 or 1008 times, if we are following the tradition. We immerse ourselves in the ideas and concepts associated with that particular god. We read poems about the god written by our great poets, we call the god over and over again by name. This kind of meditation helps the mind to become quieter and more clear and prepares us for dhyana, the merging of the ego with the object of meditation. We do nothing except focus our attention on the god. If you try this technique you should be sure that you use objects that will actually bring peace to your mind and spirit, not ones that will cause more distraction. There is a verse in the Yoga Sutra that says that we can meditate on anything we like. 8. But we should never lose sight of the fact that in choosing our meditation object, we must find one that is pleasing and calming to us. Varapradhan. The most important method for removing obstacles on the way to greater clarity is Varapradhan, submission to Isvara. 9. The concept of Varapradhan stems from the belief that there is a spiritual being higher than we are. We give ourselves to this higher being, believing it can help us. We devote all the fruits of our labors to this being. What is Isvara? First of all, it is a name, a concept that, as I have said, describes the highest divine being. Isvara does not belong to the material world, Prakti, or to the seer in us, Purua. Isvara is distinguished by these qualities. Isvara sees all things as they are. His action is perfect, he is omniscient, the first teacher, a source of help and support. Unlike us, Isvara is not subject to the influence of avidya. Although he is acquainted with avidya, he remains untouched by it, which is why he never acts wrongly, never has acted wrongly, and never will act wrongly. Unlike us, He has never been covered with the veil of avidya, and for this reason he can see things that we cannot see. This is why he can lead and direct us. Isvara does nothing that could have a negative outcome or regrettable consequence. He is beyond the vicious cycle in which actions produce bad effects that cause new conditioning that in turn leads to action with negative effects. Like our Purua, Isvara sees that is one of his greatest qualities. For this reason, the Yoga Sutra calls him a Purua, but a very special one, Vyapurua. The word Vya means extraordinary. Isvara is extraordinary in that he is not subject to avidya, knows no negative action that could cause regret, and is not susceptible to dukkha, suffering. For this reason he possesses the extraordinary ability of knowing and understanding everything. Yoga uses the word sarvajana to describe this special quality. Sarva means everything, and jana translates as to know. Isvara is all, knowing he knows everything always, and at every level. This quality he alone possesses, we as human beings do not. That is why he is the great teacher, the master who is honored as Guru. Patanjali calls Isvara the first Guru. He is the teacher who surpasses all others. The honor accorded him rests on the fact that he knows everything. Anyone who calls on him says, "You who know, share your knowledge with me." Yoga does not describe Isvara in a particular form. If you want to have a relationship with this being, you use a special symbol that represents him. This symbol is the sound Om. You will not find any mention of Om in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra. Instead you will find the term Prava, which has the same meaning. It is possible to enter into relationship with Isvara, to contact him, by reciting the sound Om. The more we recite Om, and at the same time bearing in mind that Om means Isvara, the more we will come to know Isvara. In the process of reciting Om, the mind merges into this sound symbol and the concept of Isvara. There will then come a moment when we grow quiet and take another step on the yoga path. What is our relationship to Isvara? We accept him as the great teacher, we call upon him to help us because we know that he can. Turning to Isvara for help is called Varaprayana. Yielding to Isvara is one of the ways Patanjali suggests for overcoming the obstacles we may encounter on our journey. 10. Unfortunately I cannot find an English word for Isvara, perhaps it is God or the divine power. What is important is that yielding to this higher being is an expression of a belief that something exists that is higher than ourselves, something in which we can place our trust. With faith in this being, we devote all our efforts to him and so make progress along the way. For many people, Varaprayana has no meaning. For them it is more important to find other ways of overcoming obstacles. What is always important is that we never try to force anything in situations where there seems at first to be no way to move. We must just create space for ourselves, for the mind. Whether it is through Varaprayana, or with the aid of breathing techniques, whether it is by approaching a teacher or investigating our senses whenever there is confusion in our minds, we must try to create space. There are many possibilities for getting out of a difficult situation. Ways and means can always be found for overcoming the obstacles we meet. Yoga is open to a wide variety of approaches. Isvara and the sound of Om. The reasons why the audible symbol Om has been chosen to call on Isvara are interesting indeed. With the sound Om we say everything. Figure 32, the Sanskrit symbol for Om. If we analyze Om as it is written in Sanskrit, we see that it is made up of a, U, M, and a symbol representing resonance. So Om has four aspects. The first is the a sound that comes from the belly, is formed in the open throat, and is voiced with the mouth open. As with many alphabets, A is the first letter of the Sanskrit alphabet. The second aspect is the U, a sound that is formed in the middle of the mouth. The mouth is not as wide open as it is for sounding the A. With the third sound, M, the mouth closes. The sound rises to the nasal passages, from where the resonance, the fourth aspect of Om, issues forth. U stands for continuity and connection, and M is the final consonant in the Sanskrit alphabet. So getting from A to M through U represents everything that can be expressed in letters and words. And everything which can be expressed in words is Isvara. When I sound A, I must open my mouth, which stands for the process of creation. U symbolizes the continuance of creation, which is constantly renewing itself. M symbolizes the end and dissolution. Following M, the sound carries on a while. This sound has no alphabetical symbol to represent it. We can therefore say that Isvara is not only that which can be expressed in words, but also that which cannot be expressed in words. This is the full meaning of Om. The Upanishads say that A represents the waking state, U the dream state, and M the state of deep dreamless sleep. The fourth state, sounded in the resonance following M, is Samadhi. This parallel points to the one who stands behind all four states, the only one who is truly awake, Isvara. There is one who is present in all these states, one who never sleeps and never dreams, one who is always awake, always watchful, one who knows about everything and yet is beyond everything. If I repeat Om with these ideas in the back of my mind, I will gradually become immersed in Isvara and my mind will become so saturated with Isvara that I will become very still. Then I can go on my way again. For this reason, Varapradhan is one of the strongest ways for dispelling the obstacles we meet as we move forward in life. Further thoughts on Isvara Q. If I try chanting Om, must I have an idea of what Isvara is? A. Whenever we say Om, we mean Isvara. Isvara is beyond avidya. Isvara is the one who has known, does know, and always will know everything. Everything. So if Isvara can guide us, we assume we can become better. Saying Om is actually a form of meditation in which the meditation object is a concept with the name Isvara. As Isvara is beyond all naturally occurring forms that we are able to imagine, we need a symbol for it, and that symbol is Om. When we say Om, we think of it as the oral representation of Isvara. Whenever we chant this sound, we must give ourselves time for our mind to consider what it really means. Both the repetition of the sound, japa, and the meaning must be present in the Om. Otherwise there is a danger that the repetition will become mechanical. If we repeat a mantra like parrots, we will not gain anything. The meaning of the Om is important, for the deeper we look into it, the more we will see in it. And each new discovery will lead to another. Q. Isn't Om a Hindu symbol? A. Yes, but the Hindu Om is not written the same way as the Yoga Om. We must not confuse the two. Let me tell you a story. A few years ago I was invited to a big international conference on yoga. On the first day, a Muslim yoga teacher showed me the conference brochure. On the cover was the Hindu symbol for Om. I turned it over and on the back was the same symbol. I opened it and found the same Om on every page, used as a logo to separate the announcements of the various activities and events. A number of people were wearing T-shirts with a huge Hindu Om printed on the front or the back. I don't know how many people were wearing pendants with the same symbol on them, and there was even a dog there named Om. I must admit I was most embarrassed by this teacher who knew India well and was asking me the meaning of this ubiquitous display of the Hindu Om. For us, Om is not a gadget or a decoration. We regard it with the utmost seriousness and respect. I suggested to the conference director that I give a lecture on the abuse of the symbol. I explained the value of the symbol for us and talked about the great respect and care with which we have been taught to regard it. I also tried to help people understand that the symbol does not belong just to yoga, saying there had been some mistakes made in the way it was being used at this very conference. I naively believed that my audience would appreciate these things, but in fact some of them were so attached to their pendants and T-shirts that they became very angry at my intervention. I think this story exemplifies the confusion that exists between Hinduism and yoga, even among teachers of yoga. The symbol Om also belongs to the Buddhist and Jain traditions, it is not exclusive to Hinduism. To misuse it wittingly. Wittingly is to act with disrespect toward all these groups. Q. If I give myself over to the protective guidance of Isvara, what does my Purua do? How am I to understand what you have said in the past about Purua being the master? A. You have problems and are unable to overcome certain obstacles. Purua is certainly not in charge at this time. For this reason, you entrust yourself to another master. Just think for a moment of a situation in which you are having difficulties with your practice. You need help. But what kind? Whatever form of help you get, it has only one goal: to restore your equanimity and bring clarity to your mind. When your mind is a little quieter, you begin to move again. You do not need anyone to push you. The moment you get stuck, you can try a little prima or do a few asanas, that may be enough. Yoga offers you many possibilities. Foremost among them are devotion, faith, and complete trust in Isvara. When I discuss how the Ski philosophy and yoga see the relationship between Purua, body, and mind, the highest entity is Purua, then the mind, then the senses, and lastly the body. In the course of our lives, this relationship gradually becomes inverted and Purua is pushed to the bottom. Purua is ruled by the mind by the senses by the body. That is our everyday situation. The aim of yoga is to turn this process around and restore Purua to the place it really should occupy. The real quality of the human being is that it can be guided by that something that has the ability to perceive. That something is our Purua. The problem is always only that we lose sight of our Purua, even forgetting that it exists. Machines and the outside world control us completely. Yoga attempts to restore us to our true nature, wherein Purua is the master that mind, senses, and body obey. These three rank lower than Purua and are meant to serve it. Q. If this is so, if all these things are meant to serve the Purua, is the Purua then meant to serve Isvara? A. The question you pose does not arise in yoga. There is no master-servant relationship between Purua and Isvara. What I am trying to say is this: someone who is attempting to improve him or herself and suddenly cannot make any more progress can turn to various sources and techniques for help. Of these, one of the most important is to turn to Isvara for guidance. By so doing, there is more room, more space created in the mind, and the clearer the mind becomes, the more chances there are for our Purua to play its true role and enable us to understand our situation. Varaprayana can therefore be helpful to us because only Isvara is, was, and always will be beyond avidya. That is how it is. Whether our Purua is there to serve Isvara is irrelevant. Q. Can you say that devotion to Isvara is the best way to overcome obstacles? A. That varies from one person to another. If someone comes to me with difficulties and I immediately say, "Why don't you just pray?" it is very likely that I am not responding at all appropriately to that person. Many people would turn down a suggestion like that at once. "Don't tell me to pray," they would say. "I have no time for God." I used to be like this myself. When I went through the Yoga Sutra with my father the first time, I said to him, "Please don't preach Isvara to me. I want to know about yoga. I don't want to learn how to pray." Nowadays I would not say that, but I have not always been the way I am now. I repeat what I have said before: we must teach a person what he or she can accept at the time, not what we think would finally be best for them. We do well to respect the fact that, to some people, the concept of Isvara means nothing at all. Over the years I have had a lot to do with people who, when they first took up yoga, had the same attitude I used to have. I don't know how it happens, but in the course of time their attitude toward the concept of Isvara almost always changes. A kind of respect develops, and gradually they begin to accept the existence of something that is higher than we are. They would never have been able to accept this at the beginning of their practice. This happens with people of very different backgrounds, and this change almost always occurs. We cannot make devotion to Isvara a prerequisite for starting yoga studies. To be open is essential in yoga. Everything is real, but everything changes. So only when someone is ready to talk about Isvara do I ever mention the concept. Krishnamacharya, age 79, in Sarasana Paripti, above, and Viparita Kosana Paripti. 15. The many paths of yoga. Yoga offers several methods for attaining clarity of mind, each with its own emphasis. In the Bhagavad Gita alone, 18 different forms of yoga are named. I shall discuss the following 9: Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Mantra Yoga, Raja Yoga, Karma Yoga, Kriya Yoga, Tantra Yoga, Qualan Yoga, and Hatha Yoga. Jnana Yoga. Jnana means knowledge. Jnana Yoga describes the search for real knowledge. Traditionally, the search begins by listening to the words of a teacher who explains the old yoga texts to his or her students. This is followed by reflection, discussion with others, and clarification of doubtful points, which leads to the gradual recognition of the truth and emerging with it. The underlying assumption of Jnana Yoga is that all knowledge lies hidden within us, we only have to discover it. The Yoga Sutra says that the moment the mind is freed from the bonds of avidya, Jnana occurs spontaneously. Previously it was locked in and therefore unavailable to us. The state in which this true understanding occurs is none other than samadhi. Dhyana is the way to samadhi. Bhakti Yoga. The term bhakti comes from the root bhaj, which means to serve. It does not mean to serve a person, however, but rather to serve a power greater than ourselves. This is the idea discussed in connection with the practice of Bharaprayad. By whatever means, in Bhakti Yoga we serve the Divine Being, which is the ultimate source of help and guidance. Following Bhakti Yoga, we offer all our thoughts and actions to this higher power. In everything we see, and in every other human being, we recognize God truth. We act out of a conviction that we are serving God. We always carry His name within us. We meditate on Him. We go into His temples. We are completely devoted to Him. That is Bhakti Yoga. Mantra Yoga. A mantra can be a single syllable such as Ram, a number of syllables, or a whole verse. One of the most often used definitions of a mantra is something that protects the person who has received it. It is not something we can find in a book or buy somewhere. Traditionally, a mantra is given to a student by a teacher, at the time when the teacher knows exactly what the student needs. This process can take years. A mantra given in any other way may perhaps show some results at first, but they will not last. The mantra receives its special meaning and power through the way it is given and the way it is put together. Often there is a special image, either real or imaginary, that is linked to the mantra and visualized while the words are repeated. If we are aware of its meaning and maintain our practice over a period of time, repeating the mantra as we were taught, mantra yoga can have the same effect as Jnana Yoga or Bhakti Yoga. Raja Yoga. The translation of the word Raja is king. In the context of Raja Yoga, it describes a king who is always in a state of enlightenment. The king stands for something in us that is more than what we usually consider ourselves to be. Raja can also refer to the divine being or power mentioned in connection with Bhakti Yoga. The way toward accepting the existence of Isvara is often described as Raja Yoga. In this respect, God, or Isvara, is then the king referred to by the word Raja. In the Vedas we find many uses of the word Raja in connection with Isvara. Figure 33, the position of the Sun, 1, Ia with Makron, 2, and Pigal, 3, Na with Makron S, and their 6 points of convergence, known as the Chakras. There are other definitions of Raja Yoga for those who do not want to link it to Isvara. You can say that there is a king in each one of us. We understand this concept as Purua. This Purua, or the king within, normally remains hidden by our everyday actions. It is concealed by the workings of the mind, which is driven this way and that by sensual impressions, memories, and fantasies. It is avidya, of course, which conceals our Purua so that many of us are unaware of its existence. When this process is reversed and the mind becomes master of the senses, we find clarity and peace, and our Purua can take the place it rightfully should have. Whether the king is Purua or Isvara, Raja Yoga refers to the kind of yoga where the king takes his rightful place. In the Yoga Sutra it says that when there is no more restlessness in the mind, Purua will unfold and see. That is Raja Yoga. Karma Karma is action. The Bhagavad Gita ascribes a central place to Karma Yoga, stating that in life we can only act, but we should not be affected by the results of our action. If the fruits of our efforts do not correspond to our expectations, we should not be disappointed, for the effort itself is often imperfect. Our actions should indeed never be determined by any expectations, for we can never be sure of the results of our actions. We should also not take the credit when things turn out well, for we are not necessarily personally responsible for successes any more than we are responsible for failures. And it could well be that we see things in a different light tomorrow. We must involve ourselves through action, but leave the rest to God and expect nothing. This is the explanation of Karma Yoga given in the Bhagavad Gita, and this definition corresponds to that of Varapradan in chapter 2 of the Yoga Sutra. 1. Kriya Yoga. There are many different ideas about the definition of Kriya Yoga. The Yoga Sutra describes it as the whole spectrum of practices known as yoga. Everything that we can actually practice is Kriya Yoga, and the Yoga Sutra names 3 aspects that together define Kriya Yoga: tapas, svadhyaya, and varapradan. 2 tapas are practices such as asana and pranayama that can help us to remove blocks and tensions, both physical and mental. Svadhyaya means searching, asking questions, looking into ourselves. And varapradan, as explained above, is action not motivated by outcome. When these 3 aspects are linked together in our practice, we are on the Kriya Yoga path. Haha, Qualan, and Tantra Yoga. If we want to understand Haha, Qualan, and Tantra Yoga, we must look closely at a concept that is central to all 3, namely, the concept of Qualan. The fundamental idea, shared by all types of yoga that talk about Qualan, is that there are certain channels or Na with Macron in the body through which pra can enter and leave. There are many Na with Macron, but in the context of Qualan we need only concern ourselves with the 3 most important ones, Ia with Macron, Pigal, and Suum, all 3 of which run along the spine. Suum runs straight up the spinal column, whereas Ia with Macron and Pigal cross over the spinal column and back a number of times. The Ia with Macron Na with Macron passes the left nostril and the Pigal Na with Macron passes the right nostril. Both have other names such as Ha and Ha, the 2 syllables that make up the word Ha. Ha represents Ia with Macron and the cool energy of the moon, Chandra. Ha represents Pigal and the hot energy of the sun, Surya. The Na with Macron meet at the 6 points in the body recognized as the chakras. Figure 33 shows the locations of the chakras along the central axis of the spine. There is one between the eyebrows, one in the throat, one in the heart region, one in the navel, one just above the base of the trunk, and one at the base of the spine. Ideally, pra flows unhindered along all these passages, but this can only happen when they are not blocked by impurities and rubbish. Normally pra cannot reach Suum but only flows through the Ia with Macron, Ha, and Pigal, Ha, Na with Macron, and often insufficiently at that. When it is possible for the pra to enter the Suum Na with Macron, the pra of Ha and Ha unite, yoga, which is why we call the process of getting there Ha yoga. The Suum or central Na with Macron is regarded as the ideal path for pra. If pra flows through this central passage, it is concentrated in the body to such a large degree that its effects can spread throughout the body in an ideal way. None of it gets lost outside the body. When I was describing the purpose and effect of prema, I said that the state in which pra leaks out of the body is one in which avidya prevails. How and where pra flows in the body, therefore, has direct consequences for our state of mind. If we cannot keep enough pra in the Na with Macron, if blocks hinder its flow and it cannot keep flowing in the right direction, it dissipates outside the body and results in the mind becoming dark and restless. Conversely, the collection of pra in the body brings about inner peace and true understanding. The free flow of pra in the suhum is not normally possible because something blocks the passage. This block is symbolized by a coiled snake, the qualin. The concept of qualin is confused by many imprecise definitions, and even a text such as the Hatha Yoga Pradipika contains contradictory descriptions of it. The definition that follows is derived from what in my opinion is the best, the clearest, and the most coherent text on this subject, the Yoga Yajnavalkya. Their qualin is defined unambiguously as an obstacle. What is to enter the suhum at some stage or other through your yoga practices, according to this text, not the qualin itself, but simply pra. Many books say that it is the qualin itself that rises up through the suhum, but this does not make sense if we follow the Yoga Yajnavalkya, one of the oldest texts that deals with this aspect of yoga. One of its central concepts is that pra and the various forms it takes in the body are linked to the practice of yoga, and it says that if we are successful in our practice, the qualin is burned up, making the way clear for pra. 3. A snake killed while lying in a curled position unfolds and stretches out, the muscles no longer able to keep it coiled. It is said that when the fire in the body, Agni, has killed the snake, the qualin unrolls and the passage is open to the flow of pra. This does not happen overnight. Even when parts of the qualin are destroyed, it remains capable of blocking suhum for a long time. If you closely consider this image, it becomes clear that qualin is another way of depicting what we call avidya. In the same way that avidya can become so powerful that it totally prevents us from seeing purua, qualin blocks the pra and prevents it from rising through the suhum. The moment the qualin is burned is the same moment that avidya ceases to exist. Then pra is able to enter the suhum and slowly move upward. We can also understand Hatha Yoga as part of Raja Yoga, which is defined as the process in which pra, the friend of purua, gradually rises upward. When it gets to the top, purua unfolds and the king within us emerges. When the emphasis is primarily on the concept of qualin, then we speak of the practice as qualin yoga. Hatha Yoga is so named when our practice focuses on removing the division between ha and ha. Lastly, the term Tantra Yoga may be used in describing a yoga practice based on qualin. In Tantra Yoga the emphasis is on certain energies that are normally squandered being directed in such a way that they can reduce the blocks that stand in the way of the pra. The practices of Tantra Yoga are distinctive, indeed. The word Tantra translates as technique in the positive sense, meaning a skill or craft. In Tantra Yoga the focus is on the body, and a wide range of connections and relationships between the body and other aspects of the world and cosmos is made. Further thoughts on qualin Q. I have read that the moment the qualin is freed, it feels like a powerful electric shock running through a cable. It also said that if the cable is not strong enough for the current, it will burn out. This is dangerous and you must be prepared for it. Do you have any thoughts on this? A. It seems to me that qualin must be described in this way because it is surrounded by a lot of mystery and a lot of superstition. It seems mysterious because we cannot simply cut the body open and see this power. But if we relate this power to pra, there is no longer anything mysterious about it. That is the beauty of a text such as the Yoga Yajnavalkya. On the experience of the rising of pra in the suhum, the Yoga Yajnavalkya quite simply says, how could I describe what a person then becomes aware of? There is no shock such as the one you described. When one sees the truth, the only shock is to have to see what he or she was before. There is no question of a 1,000-fold shock or the like. While it is a good metaphor to describe the rising of the qualin like this, it makes little sense to take it literally. If we were to say that qualin is an energy force that leads us to the truth, then we would also have to accept that. There are two different types of energy existing side by side, pra and qualin. Many of these ideas are based on superficial and inaccurate translations, or the inability to explain unclear passages in certain texts. For this reason, these concepts and techniques must be explained by someone who has not only a great wealth of practical experience and well-founded knowledge, but also considerable proficiency in Sanskrit, the language in which the texts are written. Very often there is a lack of both. Q. If we burn up Qualin bit by bit, does more pra gradually enter the suum? A. We must be careful that we do not go too far in using images to describe certain experiences. We should never forget that they are images and not the experience itself. Nevertheless, we could imagine it just exactly as you do. Sometimes we move into a state of mind which we could describe as dhyana or samadhi, then we are back in a distracted state again. If the mind is without peace or clarity, the Qualin is lying curled up, blocking suum. If the mind quiets, it is less obstructed by Qualin, and we may perhaps experience a state of being in which the mind is operating solely on the level of clear sight and true understanding. All that really means is that pra is rising higher in the suum and can now flow freely through places that were previously blocked. Q. According to Hatha Yoga, is the use of the bandha the only way of moving the Qualin? A. No. If you read the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, for example, you will discover that none of the techniques given is the only one. Various methods are described in different chapters. The same is true for the Garasahit, the Shivasahit, and other classical texts. Many different suggestions are made therein. Q. Is it then the case that in other kinds of yoga you have the same physical experience as in Qualin Yoga? What is it like when avidya disappears for someone who is, for example, following the path of Jnana Yoga and who becomes a Jnani? A. If the mind is restless, there is no Jnana, no knowledge. The terms ha and ha are used for describing the extreme states of an oscillating mind. The flow of pra solely into ha, ia with makron, and ha, pigal, shows a restless mind swinging back and forth between extremes. Pra in the suum, on the other hand, represents a clear, quiet mind. So a Jnani is someone whose pra flows in the suum. With other people, the flow of pra is still limited in a very imperfect way to the two opposing na with makron, ha and ha. We must not let ourselves be confused by the way different schools of yoga describe the same process. Many of these things are described very clearly and explicitly in the Yoga Sutra, but neither ha nor ha are mentioned in it. The Yoga Sutra considers these questions from a fundamental position, showing us how little difference there really is between these various concepts. Primarily it is a question of our state of mind. Whatever happens to the mind and causes a change in it affects the whole person, including the body and all experiences on the physical level. This is the basis of the Yoga Sutra, which is a great guide if you want to understand all these things more fully. People often ask me if I teach asanas, and when I answer yes they say, "Oh, then you are a Hatha Yogi." If I am talking about the Yoga Sutra they say, "Oh, you are a Raja Yogi." And if I say I recite the Vedas the comment is, "Oh, so you are a Mantra Yogi." If I simply say that I practice yoga, they do not know what to make of me. Many people want to give everything and everyone a label. Unfortunately, these classifications have become much too important, and give the impression that there are fundamental differences between the various forms of yoga. But really they are all dealing with the same thing, and are only looking at them from different perspectives. If we really follow one direction in yoga as far as we can go, then it will lead us along all paths of yoga. Krishnamacharya in Malabandhasana. Dazikakar in his study. Mark Whitwell and Dazikakar. Part 3 The Yoga Sutra of Patanjali with translation and commentary by T. K. V. Dazikakar. Krishnamacharya in Malabandhasana. Dazikakar and Menaka. The statue of Patanjali in the courtyard of the Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram. Introduction. Patanjali's Yoga Sutra is the heart of yoga. The heart, Hridaya, is that which does not change, and Patanjali gave a permanent definition and form to yoga in his sutra. The heart without pra, however, is not alive and is without relevance for us. Dzikakar explains that the teaching relationship is the pra or life of the Yoga Sutra. It is the teacher who brings the heart into life. The Yoga Sutra is a potent tool for the teacher who is able to make it relevant to the student and thus transmit the transformative power of the heart. Dzikakar emphasizes that what follows is an introduction because the Yoga Sutra is vast in its scope. Krishnamacharya says that there is an ocean between Atha and Iti, the first and last syllables of the sutra. In the study of the sutra with one's teacher, meaningful and powerful insights seem to leap out of the words, sometimes in very unexpected ways. It is recommended that one study with a teacher who has likewise studied and practiced with a competent teacher, whose tapas, practice, svadhyaya, self, understanding, and varaprayana, surrender, have produced clarity. Patanjali presented his work in the style known as sutra, that which has very few words, yet is free from ambiguity, full of essence, universal in context, and affirmative. The sutra, from which we get suture, links the teacher, the teaching, and the student. As yoga study and practice develop, the message of the sutra takes on a deeper resonance and becomes more relevant, more revealing. There can be no haste or exaggerated effort to gain its understanding, it must be a natural process. There is uncertainty as to who Patanjali was. There are some who think of him as the divine incarnation of the serpent Ananta who supports the whole universe. He is the Adiya, the first servant of God, who being so close to God, knows the teaching of God best. We can assume that Patanjali did not originate the yoga teaching but inherited it from the vastness of the Vedas. On the instruction of a great teacher, he identified all the teachings in the Vedas about the mind and presented them in this precise, organized form. Yoga concepts such as Isvara, Klesa, Karma, Was, Purua, Samadhi, Sthiti, and Kaivalya are all contained in the ancient Upanishads in different forms. The Vedas, however, are presented in no particular order, making it difficult to study anything in a coherent fashion. It is a great gift therefore that Patanjali systematized the yoga teachings from the Vedas into an accessible system of development. The short, pithy words and meanings of the sutra enabled oral transmission of the yoga understanding from teacher to student through the centuries. In our time, it was Krishnamacharya who had the privilege of learning the intricacies of these words at a very practical level from his teacher, Ram Mohan Brahmachari. Likewise, Dzikakar's study and practice with Krishnamacharya has resulted in clarity and the present-day relevance of every sutra. Krishnamacharya and Dzikakar are not interested in spiritual or philosophical speculation. Rather, they have brought to yoga an intellectual rigor, technical definition, and practice to determine the means by which each person may reduce dukkha, suffering. In contrast to other Indian systems of philosophy that state that nothing is real except God, Patanjali's position is that everything in a person's experience is sat, the truth or reality, and cannot be denied. Even dukkha is sat and is not something to be ashamed of or react against. Everyone has dukkha. It is part of our reality and if recognized, serves to wake us up to further clarity and understanding. As Krishnamacharya would say, thank God for dukkha, which he described as the unavoidable motive for practice. Furthermore, Patanjali makes it clear that everything in our experience is changing, nothing, including dukkha, is in a fixed condition. Therefore, if there is the desire, we can make positive changes for ourselves. Patanjali gives innumerable means within our grasp that begin with the present reality of our experience. We must begin at the beginning and Dzikakar puts it simply, if you tell a person who cannot find their own house that there is a pot of gold inside, they would be happier had they not had this information. What use is the gold if it cannot be found? It only causes pain. First they must find the house and enter it. Then there are many possibilities. Patanjali summarizes the process and the tools for self-understanding. If the appropriate means are selected and practiced with the help of a teacher, our turbulent minds can be brought to peace and extraordinary wisdom and well-being is our potential. This is the essential message of Patanjali communicated by Krishnamacharya and Azikakar. Mark Whitwell. There is no text on this page. There is no text on this page. 1. The Sutras of Patanjali are presented in 4 chapters. The first chapter is called Samadhipada, the chapter on Samadhi. This chapter defines yoga and its characteristics and discusses the problems encountered in reaching the state of yoga and ways in which these problems can be handled. Each sutra is presented in the original Devanagari script with a transliteration of the Sanskrit, a translation in italics, and commentary. 1.1. The first sutra introduces the subject matter, as the oral tradition requires. In the convention of ancient Sanskrit literature, the first word, atha, carries the connotation of a prayer, both for an auspicious beginning and a successful conclusion to the work that follows. Here begins the authoritative instruction on yoga. Patanjali indicates that while the subject matter is of ancient origin and he is not the originator, he has studied it to an appropriate depth under his own teacher and is now competent to share his understanding with his disciples. His style will be in a manner suitable for them to transmit it in turn directly to their disciples through the traditional oral methods. 1.2 What is yoga? It is a word with many interpretations and connotations. Patanjali defines his understanding of the word. Yoga is the ability to direct the mind exclusively toward an object and sustain that direction without any distractions. The object can be a concrete one, either external to ourselves or part of ourselves. It can be an area of interest, a concept, or something beyond the level of the senses, such as God. 1.3. Then the ability to understand the object fully and correctly is apparent. In a state of yoga, the different preconceptions and products of the imagination that can prevent or distort understanding are controlled, reduced, or eliminated. The tendency not to be open to a fresh comprehension and the inability to comprehend are overcome. 1.4 In the absence of the state of mind called yoga, the ability to understand the object is simply replaced by the mind's conception of that object or by a total lack of comprehension. A disturbed mind can rarely follow a direction. If it ever does, comprehension of the object will be faulty. 1.5 What is the mind? Patanjali defines it as the activities that occupy it. It cannot be perceived except in terms of these activities. There are 5 activities of the mind. Each of them can be beneficial and each can cause problems. Whether these activities are beneficial or create problems cannot be immediately seen. Time alone will confirm their effects. 1.6. The 5 activities are comprehension, misapprehension, imagination, deep sleep, and memory. Each mental activity has its own characteristics and although not always apparent, they can be individually recognized. Their dominance and effects on our behavior and attitudes combine to make up our personalities. 1.7 The activities are each defined. Comprehension is based on direct observation of the object, inference, and reference to reliable authorities. The mind can register an object directly through the senses. When the available information is inadequate or incomplete for sensual perception, other faculties, such as logic and memory, may enable a more complete comprehension of the object to be inferred. When no direct comprehension is possible, reference to reliable authorities, such as a written text or a trusted individual, can enable comprehension indirectly. In such a way do we understand places, people, or concepts outside our direct experiences. In a state of yoga, comprehension is different from comprehension at other times. It is closer to the true nature of the object. 1.8. Misapprehension is that comprehension that is taken to be correct until more favorable conditions reveal the actual nature of the object. This is considered to be the most frequent activity of the mind. It may occur through faulty observation or the misinterpretation of what is seen. It is due to our inability to understand in depth what we see, often as a result of past experiences and conditioning. The error may be recognized later or never at all. The aim of yoga practice is to recognize and control the causes of misapprehension, see chapter 2 of the sutra. 1.9 Imagination is the comprehension of an object based only on words and expressions, even though the object is absent. This happens in the absence of any direct perception. Reference to the meaning, connotations, or implications of descriptive words guides imagination toward comprehension. It may be further helped if the words are used poetically or oratorically. It can also arise through other means such as dreams, feelings, and emotions. Past experiences, stored in the memory, often contribute to this mental activity. 1.10 Deep sleep is when the mind is overcome with heaviness and no other activities are present. Sleep is a common, regular activity for the mind and there is a time for it. But heaviness can also occur through boredom or exhaustion resulting in sleep. Sleep is a regular condition for all living beings. 1.11 Memory is the mental retention of a conscious experience. All conscious experiences leave an impression on the individual and are stored as memory. It is not possible to tell if a memory is true, false, incomplete, or imaginary. All and each of these activities of the mind are confirmation of the mind's existence. They are interrelated and complex so that each one, except perhaps sleep, should be considered as a matrix or genus of activity rather than a distinct entity with exclusive and limited characteristics. Each can, at different times and in different circumstances, be both beneficial or harmful. Their effects may be direct and immediate or they may be indirect as a later consequence of their manifestation. 1.12 How do we arrive at a state of yoga? What should we do and what should we not do? The mind can reach the state of yoga through practice and detachment. 1.13 What are the essential features of this practice and detachment? Even though the techniques involved are not specified here, the following two sutra indicate their qualities. Practice is basically the correct effort required to move toward, reach, and maintain the state of yoga. See 1.2. The practices chosen must be correctly learned from and guided by a competent teacher who understands the personal and social character of the student. If the appropriate practice for a particular student is not provided and followed, there can be little hope of achieving success. 1.14 It is only when the correct practice is followed for a long time, without interruptions, and with a quality of positive attitude and eagerness, that it can succeed. There will always be a tendency to start practice with enthusiasm and energy, and a desire for sudden results. But the continuing pressures of everyday life and the enormous resistance of the mind encourages us to succumb to human weaknesses. All this is understandable. We all have these tendencies. This sutra emphasizes the need to approach practice soberly with a positive, self-disciplined attitude and with a long-term view toward eventual success. 1.15 As we develop our practice along the correct lines, we find that our ability to discipline ourselves and reject intrusive influences grows. Eventually we may reach a state of detachment when at the highest level there is an absence of any cravings, either for the fulfillment of the senses or for extraordinary experiences. There are benefits from practice such as physical strength and dexterity, heightened awareness, and sensitivity. There may also be the temptation to use our new skills to prove our higher state. But these are incidental benefits and diversionary temptations, and if we place too much importance on them, we are in danger of losing sight of the path to yoga. 1.16 Further, when an individual has achieved complete understanding of his true self, he will no longer be disturbed by the distracting influences within and around him. Detachment develops with self-understanding. The inevitable desires for diversion cannot be suppressed, for, if they are, they will surely surface again later. 1.17 Then the object is gradually understood fully. At first it is at a more superficial level. In time, comprehension becomes deeper. And finally it is total. There is pure joy in reaching such a depth of understanding. For then the individual is so much at one with the object that he is oblivious to his surroundings. Such a level of perception of the nature of the object is only possible in a state of yoga. Frequently we are able to understand the superficial and more obvious elements. But comprehension is incomplete until we have achieved perception at the deepest level without any errors. 1.18 When the mind rises to the state of yoga and remains so, the usual mental disturbances are absent. However, memories of the past continue. Then perception is immediate, not gradual. The memories remain to help us live in the day world, but not to create distractions. 1.19 Inevitably, because of the many millions who share the world with us, there will be some who are born in a state of yoga. They need not practice or discipline themselves. But these are rare persons who cannot be copied and should not be emulated. Indeed, some may succumb to worldly influences and lose their superior qualities. 1.20 But what of the rest of us? Is there really a chance of achieving this state of yoga? Through faith, which will give sufficient energy to achieve success against all odds, direction will be maintained. The realization of the goal of yoga is a matter of time. The goal is the ability to direct the mind toward an object without any distraction, resulting, in time, in a clear and correct understanding of that object. Faith is the unshakable conviction that we can arrive at that goal. We must not be lulled by complacency in success or discouraged by failure. We must work hard and steadily through all distractions, whether seemingly good or bad. 1.21 The more intense the faith and the effort, the closer the goal. 1.22 Do we and can we all have the same chance to reach the goal? Inevitably, the depth of faith varies with different individuals and at different times with the same individual. The results will reflect these variations. Such variations are a part of the human condition. They are a product of the individual's cultural background and capability. 1.23 Patanjali recognizes that attempts to change our state of mind to yoga are fraught with obstacles that vary in potency. But for those who have either an inborn faith in God or are able to develop it over the years, offering regular prayers to God with a feeling of submission to His power, surely enables the state of yoga to be achieved. In the following sutra, Patanjali gives his definition of God. 1.24 God is the Supreme Being whose actions are never based on misapprehension. 1.25 How can God be so extraordinary? He knows everything there is to be known. His comprehension is beyond any human comparisons. 1.26 Is God, according to Patanjali, time-bound or timeless? God is eternal. In fact, He is the ultimate teacher. He is the source of guidance for all teachers, past, present, and future. 1.27 How should we refer to God? How should we address Him? In the way most appropriate to the qualities of God. In different cultures and different religions, different words are used to describe God and His qualities. It is more important that we express God with the greatest respect and without any conflicts. In this, a teacher can be a great help. 1.28 How do we relate to God? In order to relate to God, it is necessary to regularly address Him properly and reflect on His qualities. Patanjali suggests that it is necessary to reflect constantly on the qualities of God. This might be aided by the repeated recitation of His name together with prayer and contemplation. But mechanical repetition and prayer is worthless. It must be accompanied by conscious thought and consideration, and by profound respect. 1.29 For those who have faith in God, such reflections will inevitably be beneficial. The individual will in time perceive his true nature. He will not be disturbed by any interruptions. Interruptions that may arise in his journey to the state of yoga. 1.30 What, if any, are the interruptions? There are 9 types of interruptions to developing mental clarity: illness, mental stagnation, doubts, lack of foresight, fatigue, overindulgence, illusions about one's true state of mind, lack of perseverance, and regression. They are obstacles because they create mental disturbances and encourage distractions. the more we are vulnerable to these interruptions, the more difficult it is to reach a state of yoga. 1.31 Can we tell when these interruptions are having an effect and taking root? All these interruptions produce one or more of the following symptoms: mental discomfort, negative thinking, the inability to be at ease in different body postures, and difficulty in controlling one's breath. Any of these symptoms can have further consequences. The following 8 sutras give some suggestions for controlling these interruptions and their symptoms. These suggestions are useful both for those with great faith in God and for those with no faith. 1.32 If one can select an appropriate means to steady the mind and practice this, whatever the provocations, the interruptions cannot take root. 1.33 In daily life we see people around who are happier than we are, people who are less happy. Some may be doing praiseworthy things and others causing problems. Whatever may be our usual attitude towards such people and their actions, if we can be pleased with others who are happier than ourselves, compassionate toward those who are unhappy, joyful with those doing praiseworthy things, and remain undisturbed by the errors of others, our mind will be very tranquil. 1.34 When we find interruptions or the symptoms of interruptions, the practice of breathing exercises involving extended exhalation might be helpful. The techniques, however, must be correctly taught and guided. 1.35 The role of the senses, such as sight and hearing, in providing information to the mind has far-reaching effects. They are the doors of perception and we are often their slaves. But can we not examine what is even more powerful in us than our senses? Can we not make them sharper and at our disposal? By regular inquiry into the role of the senses we can reduce mental distortions. 1.36 One of the great mysteries of life is life itself. When we inquire into what life is and what keeps us alive, we may find some solace for our mental distractions. Consideration of things greater than our individual selves helps us put ourselves in perspective. 1.37 When we are confronted with problems, the counsel of someone who has mastered similar problems can be a great help. Such counsel can come directly from a living person or from the study of someone alive or dead. 1.38 When we believe we know a lot, we may become arrogant in our knowledge. The consequences can be disturbing. In fact, even the most ordinary, day-to-day occurrences are not always clear to us. Inquiry into dreams and sleep and our experiences during or around these states can help to clarify some of our problems. How refreshing it is after a good night's sleep. How disturbing a bad dream can be. 1.39 Any inquiry of interest can calm the mind. Sometimes the most simple objects of inquiry, such as the first cry of an infant, can help relieve mental disturbances. Sometimes complex inquiries, such as into mathematical hypotheses, will help. But such inquiries should not replace the main goal, which remains to change our state of mind gradually from distraction to direction. 1.40 What are the consequences of developing this state of yoga? When one reaches this state, nothing is beyond comprehension. The mind can follow and help understand the simple and the complex, the infinite and the infinitesimal, the perceptible and the imperceptible. The actual process of this comprehension is explained below. 1.41 When the mind is free from distraction, it is possible for all the mental processes to be involved in the object of inquiry. As one remains in this state, gradually one becomes totally immersed in the object. The mind then, like a flawless diamond, reflects only the features of the object and nothing else. In the beginning all mental activities, except sleep, are involved in the comprehension of an object. But, gradually only those needed for correct, flawless comprehension remain. 1.42 However, this does not happen spontaneously. It is gradual. Initially, because of our past experiences and ideas, our understanding of the object is distorted. Everything that has been heard, read, or felt may interfere with our perception. Some of these influences may have no validity. Others may now be redundant. 1.43. When the direction of the mind toward the object is sustained, the ideas and memories of the past gradually recede. The mind becomes crystal clear and one with the object. At this moment there is no feeling of oneself. This is pure perception. 1.44 But this phenomenon is not limited in scope. This process is possible with any type of object, at any level of perception, whether superficial and general or in depth and specific. 1.45. Except that the mind cannot comprehend the very source of perception within us, its objects can be unlimited. 1.46 Can the mind arrive at a state of yoga unilaterally? All these processes of directing the mind involve an object of inquiry. They also involve preparation, gradual progression, and sustained interest. For without this interest, there will be distraction. Without preparation, there can be no foundation. And without gradual progression, the human system may react and rebel. 1.47. What are the consequences of achieving this ability to direct the mind? Then the individual begins to truly know himself. As the correct comprehension of the object begins to enrich us, we also begin to understand our very being. 1.48 Then, what he sees and shares with others is free from error. 1.49. His knowledge is no longer based on memory or inference. It is spontaneous, direct, and at both a level and an intensity that is beyond the ordinary. In such circumstances, our mind reflects the object of our inquiry simply, like a clear and perfect mirror. 1.50 As this newly acquired quality of the mind gradually strengthens, it dominates the other mental tendencies that are based on misapprehensions. 1.51 Finally, if ever, the mind reaches a state when it has no impressions of any sort. It is open, clear, simply transparent. Such comprehension is not sought. It comes inevitably and nothing can stop it. This is the highest state of yoga, but it cannot be described in words. Only those who have reached this state can comprehend its nature. The second chapter is called Sadhanapada. It describes the qualities necessary to change the mind effectively and gradually from a state of distraction to one of attention and why these qualities are important and what the practice of them entails. 2.1. The practice of yoga must reduce both physical and mental impurities. It must develop our capacity for self-examination and help us to understand that, in the final analysis, we are not the masters of everything we do. If the practice of yoga does not help us to remove the symptoms and causes of our physical and mental problems, it cannot lead us on to discovering our inner being and does not lead us to understanding the nature and quality of actions. In such circumstances the practices will be of doubtful validity. The more we refine ourselves through yoga, the more we realize that all our actions need to be re-examined systematically and we must not take the fruits of our actions for granted. 2.2. Then such practices will be certain to remove obstacles to clear perception. We are all inherently capable of clear perception. But something or the other frequently seems to come in its way. What sort of things are they? 2.3 The obstacles are misapprehensions, confused values, excessive attachments, unreasonable dislikes, and insecurity. 2.4 The following sutra explains the interrelationships between the above obstacles. Misapprehension is the source of all the other obstacles. They need not appear simultaneously and their impact varies. Sometimes they are obscure and barely visible, at other times they are exposed and dominant. It is only when they are completely exposed, that the effects of these obstacles are evident to other people, although not necessarily to the individual concerned. 2.5 The following sutras describe the 5 obstacles listed above. Misapprehension leads to errors in comprehension of the character, origin, and effects of the objects perceived. What at one time may appear to be a great help, later turns out to be a problem. What we seek as a source of pleasure may turn out to have the opposite effect. Fool's gold is assumed to be gold. Things that must change, like the beauty of youth, may be considered everlasting. What might be considered as the most important learning may, in time, prove useless. 2.6 False identity results when we regard mental activity as the very source of perception. Mental attitudes and activities change. They modify themselves according to influences such as moods, habits, and surroundings. Yet, somehow we often assume that they are a constant, unchanging source of perception. See 2.20. 2.7 Excessive attachment is based on the assumption that it will contribute to everlasting happiness. When an object satisfies a desire, it provides a moment of happiness. Because of this experience, the possession of objects can become very important, even indispensable, whatever the cost. The result may be future unhappiness and the loss of some essentials of life. 2.8 Unreasonable dislikes are usually the result of painful experiences in the past connected with particular objects and situations. These dislikes continue to persist even after the circumstances that caused the unpleasant experiences have changed or disappeared. 2.9 Insecurity is the inborn feeling of anxiety for what is to come. It affects both the ignorant and the wise. This syndrome may have a reasonable base in past experiences. It may be completely irrational. It does not disappear even when we know that death is imminent. It is, perhaps, the most difficult obstacle to overcome. 2.10 Having described the obstacles that prevent clear perception, Patanjali indicates what should be the attitude of one who is keen to reduce them. When the obstacles do not seem to be present, it is important to be vigilant. A temporary state of clarity should not be confused with a permanent state. To assume then that everything will be free from now on can be fraught with danger. It is now even more important to be careful. The fall from clarity to confusion is more disturbing than a state with no clarity at all. 2.11 When there is evidence that obstacles are reappearing, however, immediately advance toward a state of reflection to reduce their impact and prevent them from taking over. Any means that will help us free ourselves from the consequences of these obstacles is acceptable. It could be a prayer, a discussion with a teacher, or a diversion. Patanjali has suggested a number of means in the first chapter, 1.23, 1.30 to 39, and more follow. 2.12 Why should we be so concerned about these obstacles? Our actions and their consequences are influenced by these obstacles. The consequences may or may not be evident at the time of the action. These obstacles are based in the mind and in the body as well. All our actions emanate from them. Those actions that are initiated when the obstacles are dominant will certainly produce undesirable results, for the obstacles are based on misapprehension. When we mistake what we see, the conclusions drawn from what we see must be incorrect. The next sutra goes into this further. 2.13 As long as the obstacles prevail, they will affect action in every respect, in its execution, its duration, and its consequences. Obstacles may lead to the faulty execution of actions. They may influence our mental attitude during the process of taking actions and perhaps reduce or extend their time span. And finally, the fruits of actions may be such that they contribute to existing problems or create new ones. 2.14 Does it follow that all our actions can lead to problems of some sort? The consequences of an action will be painful or beneficial depending on whether the obstacles were present in the concept or implementation of the action. If the obstacles are dormant during the initiation and execution of an action, there is enough clarity to perceive the correct attitude and means of acting and thus avoid mistakes. If they are active, however, there cannot be enough clarity and the consequences can be undesirable or painful. 2.15 What is the cause of unpleasant or painful effects? Painful effects from any object or situation can be a result of one or more of the following: changes in the perceived object, the desire to repeat pleasurable experiences, and the strong effect of conditioning from the past. In addition, changes within the individual can be contributing factors. There is constant change of some sort in ourselves and in the objects of our senses. These changes may be unrecognized. Thus, we may have an urge to seek for more of the same, when there is no possibility of achieving this. The effects of past conditioning can create strong reactions if what we are used to is not forthcoming. We must add to this the complexity of patterns in ourselves and the world around us. Thus, there is potential in any object or situation to contribute to painful or unpleasant effects. What can we do? 2.16 Painful effects that are likely to occur should be anticipated and avoided. Whatever helps us to anticipate or reduce painful effects must be done. Patanjali goes on to present the causes of such painful effects and what we can do to develop within ourselves the capacity to anticipate, prevent, reduce, or accept them. In brief, the practice of yoga has as its purpose the reduction of effects that are painful to us by increasing our clarity. This means we must learn to contain and control the obstacles. 2.17 The primary cause of the actions that produce painful effects is now presented. The cause of actions that produce painful effects is the inability to distinguish what is perceived from what perceives. In each of us there exists an entity that perceives. This is quite distinct from what is perceived, such as the mind, body, senses, and objects. But, we do not often make this distinction. What is perceived is subject to changes, but we do not recognize these changes. This lack of clear understanding can produce painful effects, even without our recognizing them. 2.18 What distinguishes the objects of perception from that which perceives? The following sutras explain, all that is perceived includes not only the external objects but also the mind and the senses. They share three qualities: heaviness, activity, and clarity. They have two types of effects: to expose the perceiver to their influences, or to provide the means to find the distinction between them and itself. All that is perceived has the capacity to display the three qualities mentioned above, but they vary in intensity and degree. The nature of their effects on us is explored further in the next few sutras. 2.19 All that is perceived is related by the common sharing of the three qualities. In addition, they affect each other. For instance, what we eat influences our state of mind. Our state of mind affects our attitude to our bodies and to our environment. 2.20 What is it that perceives? That which perceives is not subject to any variations. But, it always perceives through the mind. Consequently, the quality of perception is affected by the state of the mind, which is the instrument of perception. Whether there is perception or not, whether it is correct or incorrect, depends on the state of mind. In the same way, the color of an object is affected by the color of glass through which it is seen. 2.21 All that can be perceived has but one purpose: to be perceived. In this way they serve the perceiver but have no individuality of their own. Their purpose comes from their perception by a perceiver. In the same way, food on the table is there for the guest, not for its own sake. 2.22 Does this mean that without a perceiver the objects of perception do not exist? The existence of all objects of perception and their appearance is independent of the needs of the individual perceiver. They exist without individual reference, to cater for the different needs of different individuals. The needs of an individual may only be defined at a particular time. Some needs may be periodic or spasmodic. And the needs of one individual cannot be considered more important, in terms of quality and justification, than those of another. A car may not be required by the owner, but by the owner's spouse. The food may not be needed now, but in a few hours may be essential. Does the food on the table vanish if the guest does not arrive? 2.23 In addition, all that is perceived, whatever it is and whatever its effect may be on a particular individual, has but one ultimate purpose. That is to clarify the distinction between the external that is seen and the internal that sees. However powerful or disturbing something may appear to be, it is our reaction to it that determines its effects. Therefore, we can, by distinguishing between what perceives and what is perceived, what sees and what is seen, put the object into its correct perspective and ensure that we determine its effect and influence on us. 2.24 Why, on occasion, does the clarity not exist? The absence of clarity in distinguishing between what perceives and what is perceived is due to the accumulation of misapprehension. 2.25 As misapprehension is reduced, there is a corresponding increase in clarity. This is the path to freedom. Yes, this is the ultimate goal of yoga practice. Freedom is the absence of the consequences of obstacles and the avoidance of actions that have distracting or disturbing effects. 2.26 How do we achieve this freedom? Is it really possible? Essentially, the means must be directed toward developing clarity so that the distinction between the changing qualities of what is perceived and the unchanging quality of what perceives becomes evident. This requires constant effort. This effort must reduce the persistent intrusion of the obstacles listed in Sutra 2.3 and eventually completely eliminate their effects. Once a beginning is made, the foundation of yoga is laid. 2.27 The attainment of clarity is a gradual process. The first step is to recognize that certain tendencies of our mind are responsible for producing painful effects. If these tendencies are not curtailed, we may reach a point of no return. 2.28 Can something be done to recognize and correct these tendencies? Patanjali proposes some definitive means for reducing the accumulation of obstacles such as misapprehension. For only the reduction of these obstacles can reverse our tendencies responsible for producing undesirable effects. The practice and inquiry into different components of yoga gradually reduce the obstacles such as misapprehension. 2.3 Then the lamp of perception brightens and the distinction between what perceives and what is perceived becomes more and more evident. Now everything can be understood without error. If the mind is cleared of the obstacles that cloud real perception, there can be no errors or flaws in perception. Actions are freed from regrettable consequences. Patanjali presents the components of yoga. 2.29 There are 8 components of yoga. These are: yama, our attitudes toward our environment; niyama, our attitudes toward ourselves; asana, the practice of body exercises; prema, the practice of breathing exercises; pratyahara, the restraint of our senses; dharana, the ability to direct our minds; dhyana, the ability to develop interactions with what we seek to understand; samadhi, complete integration with the object to be understood. The order of presentation is from the external relationship to a very intense and refined state of introspection. This order, however, is not necessarily the sequence for practice. There are no set rules or definitive routes. Whatever is the route most suited for the individual to reach the state described in Sutra 1.2 should be followed. They all develop simultaneously as the individual progresses. 2.30 The 8 components of yoga are discussed in the following sutras. Yama comprises consideration for all living things, especially those who are innocent, in difficulty, or worse off than we are. Right communication through speech, writings, gesture, and actions. Non-covetousness, or the ability to resist a desire for that which does not belong to us. Moderation in all our actions. Non-greediness, or the ability to accept only what is appropriate. How we exhibit these qualities and how we strive for them depends inevitably on our social and cultural background, our religious beliefs, and our individual character and potential. But their representation in an individual is a reflection of the extent to which the obstacles in the mind are at work. How we behave toward others and our environment reveals our state of mind and our personalities. The knock at the door tells the character of the visitor. 2.31 When the adoption of these attitudes in our environment is beyond compromise, regardless of our social, cultural, intellectual, or individual station, it approaches irreversibility. We cannot begin with such attitudes. If we adopt them abruptly, we cannot sustain them. We can always find excuses for not maintaining them. But if we seek to identify the reasons why we hold contrary views, isolate the obstacles that permit such views, and our attitudes will gradually change. The obstacles will give way and our behavior toward others and our environment will change for the better. 2.32 Niyama comprises cleanliness, or keeping our bodies and our surroundings clean and neat. Contentment, or the ability to be comfortable with what we have and what we do not have. The removal of impurities in our physical and mental systems through the maintenance of such correct habits as sleep, exercise, nutrition, work, and relaxation. Study and the necessity to review and evaluate our progress. Reverence to a higher intelligence or the acceptance of our limitations in relation to God, the all-knowing. As with our attitudes to others and our environment, these priorities establish themselves and the correct attitudes develop concurrently with our rectification of errors and actions that cause problems. 2.33 How can we examine and re-examine our attitudes to others? When these attitudes are questioned, self-reflection on the possible consequences of alternative attitudes may help. This means we must find a way to examine intellectually the consequences of the different attitudes possible at a given time or in given circumstances, to look before we leap. 2.34 Patanjali explains this further. For example, a sudden desire to act harshly, or encourage or approve of harsh actions can be contained by reflecting on the harmful consequences. Often such actions are the results of lower instincts such as anger, possessiveness, or unsound judgment. Whether these actions are minor or major, reflection in a suitable atmosphere can contain our desires to act in this way. Often some of our attitudes toward people, situations, and ideas are not very clear. Then a hasty step may land us in situations we do not want to be in. In such circumstances, any opportunity to have second thoughts is worth considering. Prevention is better than cure. 2.35 We must remember that there are individual variations. Some of us may be quite comfortable examining our motives and attitudes. Others may find it very difficult to reflect upon themselves. Patanjali now indicates signs of progress in each of the 10 attitudes listed in Sutras 2.30 and 2.32. The more considerate one is, the more one stimulates friendly feelings among all in one's presence. Even those who are unfriendly at other times and among other people may show a different aspect and be friendly in our presence. 2.36 One who shows a high degree of right communication will not fail in his actions. The ability to be honest in communication with sensitivity, without hurting others, without telling lies, and with the necessary reflection requires a very refined state of being. Such persons cannot make mistakes in their actions. 2.37 One who is trustworthy, because he does not covet what belongs to others, naturally has everyone's confidence and everything is shared with him, however precious it might be. 2.38 At its best, moderation produces the highest individual vitality. Nothing is wasted by us if we seek to develop moderation in all things. Too much of anything brings problems. Too little may be inadequate. 2.39 One who is not greedy is secure. He has time to think deeply. His understanding of himself is complete. The more we have, the more we need to take care of it. The time and energy spent on acquiring more things, protecting them, and worrying about them cannot be spent on the basic questions of life. What is the limit to what we should possess? For what purpose, for whom, and for how long? Death comes before we have had time to begin to consider these questions. 2.40 When cleanliness is developed, it reveals what needs to be constantly maintained and what is eternally clean. What decays is the external. What does not is deep within us. Our over-concern with and attachment to outward things, which is both transient and superficial, is reduced. 2.41 In addition, one becomes able to reflect on the very deep nature of our individual selves, including the source of perception, without being distracted by the senses and with freedom from misapprehension accumulated from the past. To take outward things as the most valuable and to guard them at all costs is not the most important part of living. There is much more to look into. Dirty clothes may make a person look ugly, but they can be changed. If there is dirt deep inside, however, it cannot be changed so easily. 2.42 The result of contentment is total happiness. The happiness we get from acquiring passions is only temporary. We need to find new ones and acquire them to sustain this sort of happiness. There is no end to it. But true contentment, leading to total happiness and bliss, is in a class by itself. 2.43 The removal of impurities allows the body to function more efficiently. Both physical and mental illness and disabilities are contained. 2.44 Study, when it is developed to the highest degree, brings one close to higher forces that promote understanding of the most complex. The more effective our study, the more we understand our weaknesses and our strengths. We learn to nullify our weaknesses and use our strengths to the utmost. Then there is no limit to our understanding. 2.45 Reverence to God promotes the ability to completely understand any object of choice. We gain a feeling of confidence from such reverence to the highest intelligence. Then, to direct the mind toward any object of any complexity is not a problem. 2.46 Asana and Prima, the next two aspects of yoga, see Sutra 2.29, are now presented as they help us to understand and use correctly and appropriately our bodies and our breath. They are easier to begin with, unlike changing our attitudes. With them it is possible for most of us to begin reducing the obstacles to yoga. The instructions given here are brief because the practices must be learned directly from a competent teacher. Asana must have the dual qualities of alertness and relaxation. Asana practice involves body exercises. When they are properly practiced, there must be alertness without tension and relaxation without dullness or heaviness. 2.47 These qualities can be achieved by recognizing and observing the reactions of the body and the breath to the various postures that comprise asana practice. Once known, these reactions can be controlled step by step. 2.48 When these principles are correctly followed, asana practice will help a person endure and even minimize the external influences on the body such as age, climate, diet, and work. This is the beginning of the reduction of the effect of obstacles such as misapprehension, for the body expresses what is in the mind. Practices such as asana begin to rectify the harmful consequences of the obstacles at the level of the body. The well-being so developed opens us up to the possibilities of further understanding of ourselves. If we have a back pain, the need for relief from this pain dominates our thoughts. If, through our efforts at asana practice, we reduce this back pain, we can then begin to explore the causes of the pain. 2.49 Through asana practices we can also understand how the breath behaves. Breathing patterns are very individual. They can vary as a result of our state of mind or bodily changes as a result of both internal and external forces. This knowledge of breath, gained through asana practice, is the foundation for beginning Prima practice. Prima is the conscious, deliberate regulation of the breath replacing unconscious patterns of breathing. It is possible only after a reasonable mastery of asana practice. This practice is usually done in a comfortable, but erect, seated position. 2.50 What are the components of Prima? It involves the regulation of the exhalation, the inhalation, and the suspension of the breath. The regulation of these three processes is achieved by modulating their length and maintaining this modulation for a period of time, as well as directing the mind into the process. These components of breathing must be both long and uniform. Many combinations are possible in the practice of Prima. Many techniques are available, but details about them are beyond the scope of this text. 2.51 An entirely different state of breathing appears in the state of yoga. Then the breath transcends the level of the consciousness. It is not possible to be more specific. 2.52 The results of Prima practice are indicated. The regular practice of Prima reduces the obstacles that inhibit clear perception. 2.53 And the mind is now prepared for the process of direction toward a chosen goal. 2.54 The restraint of the senses, pratyahara, which is the fifth aspect of yoga, See 2.29, is now defined. The restraint of senses occurs when the mind is able to remain in its chosen direction and the senses disregard the different objects around them and faithfully follow the direction of the mind. 2.55 Then the senses are mastered. They cooperate in the chosen inquiry instead of being a cause of distraction. The restraint of the senses cannot be a strict discipline. It develops as the obstacles to perception within us are cleared up. 3 In this chapter, Vibhuta, Patanjali describes the capacity of the mind, which through the various practices described in the earlier 2 chapters can achieve a state free from distractions. Such a mind can probe deeply into objects and concepts. Indeed, there are innumerable possibilities for it. Then there arises in the individual a knowledge of the objects of a dimension previously unknown. Such a knowledge, however, can itself be a source of distraction and prevent a person from reaching the highest state of being. This highest state is freedom from disturbance of any sort and at any time. The next 3 sutras describe the 6th, 7th, and 8th components of yoga first mentioned in Sutra 2.29. The first 5 components are described in Chapter 2. 3.1 The mind has reached the ability to be directed when direction toward a chosen object is possible in spite of many other potential objects within the reach of the individual. The object is chosen by the individual regardless of the attraction of alternatives. The chosen object may be sensual or conceptual, simple or complex, tangible or beyond touch, in favorable conditions or against all odds. The ability to maintain direction in this way is not possible if our minds are immersed in distractions or strongly affected by obstacles such as misapprehension. See Sutra 2.3. 3.2 Once the direction is fixed, a link develops between the mind's activities and the chosen object. Then the mental activities form an uninterrupted flow only in relation to this object. Initially our understanding is influenced by misapprehension, our imaginations, and our memories. But as the process of comprehension intensifies, it freshens and deepens our understanding of the object. 3.3 Soon the individual is so much involved in the object that nothing except its comprehension is evident. It is as if the individual has lost his own identity. This is the complete integration with the object of understanding samadhi. When we reach this state, all that is evident is the object itself. We are not even aware that we are distinct beings separate from the object. Our mental activities are integrated with the object and nothing else. 3.4 The 3 processes described in Sutras 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 can be employed with different objects at different times, or they can all be directed for an indefinite period of time on the same object. When these processes are continuously and exclusively applied to the same object, it is called Sayama. 3.5 What results from this continuous and exclusive practice of Sayama? Sayama on a chosen object leads to a comprehensive knowledge of the object in all its aspects. 3.6 Can any object be selected for directing the mind into the process of Sayama? What is the basis of our choice? Sayama must be developed gradually. The object of Sayama must be chosen with due appreciation of our potential for such inquiry. We should begin with the less complicated objects and with those that can be inquired into in several different ways. Then there is a greater chance of successful development. It is implied that a teacher who knows us well is a great help in choosing our objects. 3.7 To specify what is easy for one individual is not possible in Samayama or any other practice. Patanjali presents the idea of relativity. Everything is relative. Compared to the first 5 components of Yoga Sutra 2.29, the next 3 sutras 3.1, 2, 3 are more intricate. The first 5 components are our attitudes toward our environment, our attitudes toward ourselves, the practice of body exercises, asana, the practice of breathing exercises, prima, and the restraint of the senses, pratyahara. They are easier to understand and attempt than the next 3 aspects. These are the ability to direct our minds, dra, the ability to develop, faultlessly, our interactions with what we seek to understand, dhyana, and complete integration with the object of our understanding, samadhi. 3.8. If we develop our capacities, we can, through sustained discipline, refine and adapt our minds sufficiently to facilitate the process of directing them without difficulty. The state where the mind has no impressions of any sort and nothing is beyond its reach nirvijaya samadhi is more intricate than the state of directing the mind towards an object samadhi. Sutra 1.51 defines this, the highest state of yoga. The mind in this state is simply transparent, devoid of any resistance to inquiry and free from past impressions of any sort. The message of Sutras 3.7 and 3.8 is that Sayama is only possible at our own individual level. There can be no universal gradation in choosing the direction of inquiry. It cannot be at the same level for all of us at all times. This is the relative aspect of Sayama, for it is based on each and everyone's individual capacity and needs. Some of us may, in other ways, have developed capacities that enable us to begin Sayama at a higher level than others. An expert on human anatomy does not need to study much to understand the vertebral column of a horse. But an expert in finance might have to begin with the study of basic anatomy. 3.9 How can our minds, which are used to one way of operating, be changed? Patanjali tackles this question by showing that everything that we perceive is subject to modification. More than this, everything can be modified in a chosen way. The mind is capable of having two states based on two distinct tendencies. These are distraction and attention. At any one moment, however, only one state prevails, and this state influences the individual's behavior, attitudes, and expressions. When the state of attention prevails, our pose is serene, our breathing quiet, and our concentration on our object is such that we are completely absorbed in it and oblivious to our surroundings. But when we are in the state of distraction, our poise is far from serene, our breathing is irregular, and our attitudes give little indication of any capacity to be attentive. 3.10 Can we develop the state of attention? By constant and uninterrupted practice, the mind can remain in a state of attention for a long time. But if we do not attempt to sustain this state, then the state of distraction takes over. 3.11 Even the quality of distraction can vary and be modified. The mind can be chaotic, or it can be so heavy it cannot be disturbed, or it can be very susceptible to disturbance. These variations depends upon our past tendencies and how we have responded to them. There is another, intermediate state of being. The mind alternates between the possibility of intense concentration and a state where alternative objects can attract attention. The difference between the previous situation and this one is that while in the former our mind alternated between two quite different, opposite states, in this case the difference between the two alternating states is much less. There is, therefore, a greater chance to return to the fixed direction of inquiry without too much loss of time and without the lasting effects of the distracted state of mind. 3.12 With further refinements, the mind reaches a stage where the link with the object is consistent and continuous. The distractions cease to appear. Then our relationship with the object is no longer disrupted by the other tendencies of the mind. Complete comprehension of the object is definite. 3.13 Thus it is clear that our minds can have different characteristics. These characteristics are also subject to change. The mind, the senses, and the objects of the senses share three basic characteristics: heaviness, activity, and clarity. In some ways most of the changes in our mind are possible because these three qualities are in a state of constant flux. How they change, when they change, and what combinations produce the different characteristics of the mind is a complex subject. However, as it has been established that the mind has different states corresponding to which there arose different attitudes, possibilities, and behavior patterns in the individual, it can also be said that such changes can occur in all the objects of perception and in the senses. These changes can be at different levels and influenced by external forces such as time or our intelligence. Time can change a fresh flower into a few dry petals. A goldsmith can change a nugget of gold into a delicate pendant. A metallurgist can convert it yet again to a compound capable of storing very corrosive fluids. Those characteristics that are apparent in one moment cannot be the whole story of the object. But if all the potential of, for instance, gold is known, then many products can be produced even though they may have quite different properties. The same is true of the body and the senses. The manual skills of an artist are quite different from those of a car mechanic, the reasoning of a philosopher from that of a businessman. 3.14 All these different characteristics must be housed somewhere, in some form or other. A substance contains all its characteristics and, depending on the particular form it takes, those characteristics conforming to that form will be apparent. But whatever the form, whatever the characteristics exhibited, there exists a base that comprises all characteristics. Some have appeared in the past, some are currently apparent, and others may reveal themselves in the future. The significance of Sutras 3.9 to 3.14 is that everything that we perceive is fact and not fiction. But these facts are subject to change. These two rules of Patanjali, known as Satvada and Paramabda, are the foundation of his teaching. 3.15 Can these changes in the characteristics of substances be influenced? By changing the order or sequence of change, characteristics that are of one pattern can be modified to a different pattern. Change has a sequence, but this sequence can be altered. A river following a valley can be diverted through a tunnel. The intelligence to grasp this possibility is what produces the different patterns of change. 3.16 In a way, Sayama is the process of changing our mental potential from incomplete, erroneous comprehension of an object, or no comprehension at all, to total comprehension. When this potential is developed, the individual can choose any object for developing a deep knowledge about it. These objects can be external, within the limits of sensual perception, or concepts like change, time, or communication. In the following sutras, examples are given of such knowledge resulting from different sayamas. Whether we are interested in using our highly developed minds to acquire deep knowledge of a specific nature, or whether we are more concerned with true freedom, is our individual choice. True freedom is more than an expertise, it is a state in which all our actions are such that they do not bring repentance or regret. Patanjali cautions about the misuse of sayama elsewhere. The first example of directing the mind through sayama follows, sayama on the process of change, how it can be affected by time and other factors, develops knowledge of the past and the future. In Sutras 3.9 to 3.14, the changes that occur in objects and senses as well as in the mind were explained. If we pursue this idea in depth, we will be in a position to anticipate what may happen in a particular situation and what has happened in the past. Astronomy is the classic example of this. 3.17 Patanjali takes up the process of communication for sayama. Different symbols and languages exist for relating to other people. These symbols and languages are affected by use, abuse, and misinterpretations. Languages serve to explain something that was experienced, is being experienced, or may be experienced. An object is an entity in itself. Our ability to see an object is based on our interests and our potential. Our memories and imaginations can influence our comprehension. Therefore, there is ample scope for us to communicate improperly, however hard we try. Sayama on the interactions between language, ideas, and object is to examine the individual features of the objects, the means of describing them, and the ideas and their cultural influences in the minds of the describers. Through this, one can find the most accurate and effective way of communication regardless of linguistic, cultural, and other barriers. 3.18 In all areas of human activity there is the potential to develop individual habits and tendencies. Some will be more obvious than others. Sayama on one's tendencies and habits will lead one to their origins. Consequently, one gains deep knowledge of one's past. We learn how our behavior and personal characteristics developed and what events in the past influenced our attitudes, likes, and dislikes. We learn to what degree they are related to our heredity, tradition, social requirements, and so on. When these roots are known, we can re-examine our lifestyle for the better. 3.19 Every mental activity produces distinct physical effects. For example, our physical features, posture, and breathing are different from those when we are sleeping or when we are angry. Sayama on the changes that arise in an individual's mind and their consequences develops in one the ability to acutely observe the state of mind of others. Then we can see how others' states of mind are developing. Physical expressions, rates of breathing, and other indicators will reveal turbulence, confusion, doubt, fear, and so on. 3.20 But, can we see from this what is the origin of the state of mind? No. The cause of the state of mind of one individual is beyond the scope of observation by another. This is because different objects produce different responses in different individuals. Our field of observation is limited to the symptoms, and cannot extend to the causes. 3.21 The physical features of one individual are distinguishable because of their difference from their surroundings. In the same way, a white patch is obvious on a black wall, but a black patch is not. Sayama on the relationship between the features of the body and what affects them can give one the means to merge with one's surroundings in such a way that one's form is indistinguishable. This is comparable to the camouflage principles employed by chameleons and other wild animals. Thus, an experienced stalker can merge his human form into an environment, however featureless it is, by developing an acute awareness of what it is that differentiates him from his environment and minimizing its effects by the careful placing, moving and shaping of his human form. 3.22 Our actions are influenced by the purpose of the action, the state of mind of the actor, the clarity at our disposal, and the circumstances. The results of actions may be immediate or delayed. Sayama on this can give one the ability to predict the course of future actions and even his own death. 3.23 Different qualities such as friendliness, compassion, and contentment can be inquired into through Sayama. Thus, one can learn how to strengthen a chosen quality. In the same way, specific physical and mental skills can be obtained. 3.24 For example, Sayama on the physical strength of an elephant can give one the strength of an elephant. This does not mean, of course, that we can acquire the same strength as an elephant, but we can acquire comparable strength proportionate to the limits of the human form. 3.25 Directing the mind to the life force itself and sustaining that direction through Sayama results in the ability to observe fine subtleties and understand what is preventing deep observation. In the absence of such fine abilities, our observation is distinctly limited. 3.26 Sayama can be directed toward the cosmos. A few examples follow. Sayama on the sun gives wide knowledge of the planetary system and the cosmic regions. 3.27 Sayama on the moon gives a thorough knowledge of the position of the stars at different times. Observation of the different phases of the moon, its eclipses, and the path it travels, takes us all over the sky and thus encompasses all the visible stars and their constellations. 3.28 For us on Earth, everything seems to revolve around Polaris, the North Star. Thus, Sayama on Polaris gives knowledge about the relative movements of the stars. 3.29 Even the different parts of the body can be the objects of Sayama. Sayama on the navel gives knowledge about the different organs of the body and their dispositions. Because of its location in the mid-abdomen around which so many vital organs are found, as well as it being the channel through which the body received its vital needs while it was in the womb, the navel is considered the seat of some bodily forces. 3.30 Using the throat as the point of inquiry for Sayama provides an understanding of thirst and hunger. This enables one to control their extreme symptoms. Like the navel, the throat is a vital area. Our appetite for certain foods, our hunger, and our thirst are all felt there. 3.31 Sayama on the chest area and inquiry into the sensations felt there in different physical and mental states gives one the means to remain stable and calm even in very stressful situations. Many of the symptoms of stress and anxiety are felt in the chest area. Physical postures can be affected by mental states, for instance, a permanent stoop can be the result of a lack of self-confidence. 3.32 Sayama on the source of high intelligence in an individual develops supernormal capabilities. Through this, we may receive support and greater vision from the divine forces, and consequently, 3.33 anything can be understood. With each attempt fresh and spontaneous understanding arises. 3.34 The heart is considered to be the seat of the mind. Sayama on the heart will definitely reveal the qualities of the mind. It is only when we are quiet and calm that this is possible. We cannot see the color of the water in a lake if the lake is turbulent. 3.35 The mind, which is subject to change, and the perceiver, which is not, are in proximity but are of distinct and different characters. When the mind is directed externally and acts mechanically toward objects, there is either pleasure or pain. When at the appropriate time, however, an individual begins inquiry into the very nature of the link between the perceiver and perception, the mind is disconnected from external objects and there arises the understanding of the perceiver itself. Under the influence of external stimuli, the mind is a mechanical instrument. The results can be unpleasant. This happens in spite of the central force of the perceiver. However good the eye, if the glass is clouded, the object is blurred. Through Sayama inquiry and the practice of yoga on the basis of Sutra 2L, we can look into the mechanics of mental activity. Our minds gradually rise to a level where they can be disconnected from the external objectives. In this silent moment, the understanding of the very source of perception is apparent. 3.36 What are the consequences of such a moment? Then one begins to acquire extraordinary capacities for perception. 3.37 But the mind is like a double-edged sword. These special faculties, acquired through Sayama, may produce an illusion of freedom as opposed to the highest state, free from error. For an individual who may revert to a state of distraction, this extraordinary knowledge and the capabilities acquired through Sayama are worth possessing. But for one who seeks nothing less than a sustained state of yoga, the results of Sayama are obstacles in themselves. Incidental benefits along the way should not be confused with the eventual goal. However pleasurable our experiences are as we travel on a journey, they cannot substitute for our chosen destination. It would be as if on the way to the snow-capped peaks, we were to settle down by the shore of a lake to watch the beautiful swans, and forget forever our original destination. Having warned about the limitations of Sayama, Patanjali continues with other possibilities for it. 3.38 The mind is a storehouse of experiences, although distinct for each individual. In addition, its function is limited to the individual to whom it belongs. Thus the mind becomes an isolated fortress resisting all entry. By inquiring into the cause of this rigid situation binding the mind to the individual and examining the means of relaxing this rigidity, there is great potential for an individual to reach beyond the confines of himself. The mind must have the ability to see the results of past actions that are preventing clear perception. Through the systematic practice of Prima and other disciplines, the range of mental activity can be extended to influence others. A teacher who seeks to transform a stupid or confused student must have this capacity. 3.39 Physical pain is closely linked to the mind. A child completely absorbed in play may not be aware of hunger, but later he may cry violently for food. Physical manifestations of sensations like pain are linked to the mind through vital forces that run through the body. These forces can be directed by certain practices like Prima, and different effects can be produced by specific modifications. By mastering the forces that transmit sensations from the body to the mind, it is possible to master the external stimuli. For instance, one can tolerate water of any temperature or the effects of thorns, or one can walk on unstable surfaces and even feel as light as a balloon. Cold, heat, sharp thorns, all these have relative effects. A summer in the Arctic may still feel wintry. Wintry for someone used to the tropics, and someone used to the Arctic may find a tropical winter unbearably hot. A farm worker in India may find walking through a paddy field as comfortable as a New Yorker finds concrete pavement. 3.40 The life forces, PRA, have different roles and differing areas of activity. For example, stamina is responsible for digestion. It is based in the navel area. By mastering stamina, one can experience sensations of excessive heat. Digestion occurs when the gastric juices process the food that enters the stomach. If stamina is stimulated, the feeling of heat increases. The Prima technique, which emphasizes the retention of breath after inhalation, is suggested. Other techniques can be considered. 3.41 We know that sound travels through space. Sayama on the relationship between the sense of hearing and space develops an extraordinary sense of hearing. 3.42 Man has long been interested in the relationship between physical objects and space. Why can birds fly but a stone falls? By Sayama on the relationship between the body and space, and examining the properties of objects that can float such as cotton fluff, the knowledge to move about in space can be achieved. Again, this does not mean that we can learn how to physically float, but we can acquire the understanding of what it is to float. In the same way, the properties of a cotton seed prevent it from floating, but the same seed when changed to cotton fluff floats easily. 3.43 The mind influences our perception through memory, imagination, and other characteristics such as heaviness. But the same mind can be altered to a state in which the mind does not color perception of an object. When this happens, our perception of the object is correct. Further, it is possible to completely withhold the mind from perception of an object, no matter how attractive and tempting it might be. By examining these phenomena and developing conditions when the mind does not confuse perception, there arises an extraordinary faculty with which one can probe other minds. In addition, the clouds that obscure correct perception are minimized. Such developments are only possible in stages. The obscuring clouds are the obstacles described in Sutra 2.3. 3.44 Sayama on the origin of matter in all its forms, appearances, and uses can develop into mastery of the elements. Matter consists of elements in different but mutually related forms. Each element has a distinct existence. They comprise the body as well as things outside the body, and their characteristics change. They form the very basis of the objects we perceive, and if we are ignorant of their nature we face problems. 3.45 Thus, when the elements are mastered, one is no longer disturbed by them. The body reaches perfection. Perfection and extraordinary capabilities become possible. These capabilities include the ability to change our body to great heaviness, great lightness, and so on. 3.46 Perfection in the body means good features, attractiveness to others, physical firmness, and unusual physical strength. 3.47 Mastery over the senses is achieved through samayama on the ability of the senses to observe their respective objects, how such objects are understood, how the individual identifies with the object, how the object, the senses, the mind, and the perceiver are interrelated, and what results from such perception. The senses, the object, and the mind have to be interlinked for an observation to materialize. This is possible because of the power of the perceiver as well as the power of the mind and the senses to register the object. In addition, the three common characteristics possessed by the mind, the senses, and the object in different combinations, i.e. heaviness, activity, and clarity, assist perception as much as they affect perception. 3.48 Then the response of the senses will be as swift as that of the mind. They will perceive acutely, and the individual will have the capacity to influence the characteristics of the elements. Through this sayama, the changes that the elements undergo can be controlled at will. And we gain the necessary knowledge to determine such changes in the same way that a chemist can convert seawater into its component chemicals. 3.49 When there is clear understanding of the difference between the perceiver and the mind, all the various states of mind and what affects them become known. Then, the mind becomes a perfect instrument for the flawless perception of everything that need be known. 3.50 These extraordinary capabilities that can be gained through Sayama should not be the final goal. In fact, freedom, the last goal of yoga, is attained only when the desire to acquire extraordinary knowledge is rejected and the source of obstacles is completely controlled. 3.51 The temptation to accept the respectful status as a consequence of acquiring knowledge through samayama should be restrained. Otherwise, one is led to the same unpleasant consequences that arise from all obstacles to yoga. These obstacles include confused values. When respect for high learning is given more value than everlasting freedom from the painful consequences of our action, a fall is certain. 3.52 Sayama on time and its sequence brings about absolute clarity. Clarity is the ability to see distinctly the difference between one object and another and to see each object in its totality without impediments. Time is relative, it exists by comparison of one moment with another. A unit of time is in fact a representation of change. Change is the replacement of one characteristic by another. This link between time and change is what needs to be examined in the Sayama. 3.53 This clarity makes it possible to distinguish objects even when the distinction is not apparently clear. Apparent similarity should not deter one from the distinct perception of a chosen object. 3.54 Further, such clarity is not exclusive of any object, any particular situation, or any moment. It is not the result of sequential logic. It is immediate, spontaneous, and total. 3.55 What is freedom? Freedom is when the mind has complete identity with the perceiver, and nothing less. Then the mind has no color or features of its own. For in this, the final chapter of the Yoga Sutra, Kaivalyapada, Patanjali presents the possibilities for a person with a highly refined mind. The mind is basically a servant and not a master. If the mind is allowed to play the role of master, whatever the achievements of the individual, there are bound to be problems ultimately, and serenity will be beyond that individual's reach. 4.1 Exceptional mental capabilities may be achieved by genetic inheritance, the use of herbs as prescribed in the Vedas, reciting incantations, rigorous austerities, and through that state of mind that remains with its object without distraction, samadhi. Some people are born with extraordinary capabilities. The Vedas describe various rituals whereby the taking of herbal preparations in a prescribed way can change one's personality. Different types of incantations, appropriately initiated by competent teachers, can bring positive changes. The ancient scriptures record the great achievements of those who went through severe austerities. Finally, there are the possibilities for those who gradually change their minds from a state of distraction to one of sustained direction. These are mentioned in abundance in the 3rd chapter and elsewhere. Whether any particular one of these alternatives is to be preferred will be examined in Sutras 4, 6, 7, and 8. 4.2 How does the change resulting in the appearance of exceptional and supernormal possibilities come about? Change from one set of characteristics to another is essentially an adjustment of the basic qualities of matter. All that we perceive, including the mind, have 3 basic qualities: clarity, activity, and heaviness. Different characteristics arise at different times as a result of different combinations of these 3 qualities. Every characteristic that is possible is the combination of these 3 qualities. It is one of the changes in the characteristics of the mind that result in the supernormal capabilities that Patanjali speaks about in Sutra 4.1. 4.3 How can we change in the characteristics of matter or mind be achieved? By profound intelligence. But such intelligence can only remove obstacles that obstruct certain challenges. Its role is no more than that of a farmer who cuts a dam to allow water to flow into the field where it is needed. This profound intelligence is the ability to perceive the role of the basic qualities in producing different characteristics. For example, the farmer who knows his field and the requirements of his crop will adjust the flow of the water to achieve the best yield. On the other hand, an ignorant novice who embarks on farming will fail in spite of having potentially good soil, water, climate, and equipment. 4.4 What are the possibilities for someone with supernormal capabilities? With exceptional mental faculties, an individual can influence the mental state of other beings. 4.5 Are these influences consistent or variable? This influences also depends on the state of the recipient. How receptive is the person? What capabilities does he have? What does he lack? This decides the outcome of the influence of another. The same rain can relieve a drought-stricken farmer, worry a mother with inadequate shelter for the child, and have no effect on the open ocean. 4.6 Is it only the state of the recipient that decides the final outcome of the effect a person can have? Influence on another by one whose mind is in a state of dhyana can never increase anxiety or other obstacles. In fact, they are reduced. Those who have reached the state of dhyana through the gradual elimination of obstacles, see 2.3, are not blind to the conditions of human suffering. They know where the shoe pinches. 4.7 And they act without any motivation, while others who also have exceptional capabilities act with some motivation or other. In Sutra 4.1 Patanjali lists the different means of achieving an exceptional or supernormal state of mind. Of them all, only those who have reached a state of yoga in the correct way and through it have reached the highest state of clarity and detachment can be beyond motivation. They are naturally and unambiguously concerned. Therefore they can help others to emulate their living examples. Others may appear to be in a state of yoga, but their clarity and degree of detachment is less complete and everlasting. Besides, they may be unaware of the limitations of man to follow their advice. 4.8 How can these differences exist? Because the tendency of the mind to act on the basis of the 5 obstacles, such as misapprehension, has not been erased, they will surface in the future to produce their unpleasant consequences. Only the practices described in earlier chapters to reduce and render the 5 obstacles ineffective can guarantee the end of these tendencies. Genetic inheritance, the use of herbs, and other means cannot be as effective. 4.9 In addition, memory and latent impressions are strongly linked. This link remains even if there is an interval of time, place, or context between similar actions. This link between impressions and memory is an important contribution to most of our actions and their consequences. 4.10 What is the origin of those impressions that influence our actions unpleasantly? There is a strong desire for immortality in all men at all times. Thus these impressions cannot be ascribed to any time. One of the strange but ever-present states of affairs in all beings is the desire to live forever. Even those in the presence of death every day have this illogical impulse. This is what inspires the instinct for self-preservation in all of us. 4.11 Is there absolutely no hope at all of ending the effect of these undesirable impressions? These tendencies are both maintained and sustained by misapprehensions, external stimuli, attachment to the fruits of actions, and the quality of mind that promotes hyperactivity. Reduction of these automatically makes the undesirable impressions ineffective. Various ways of reducing and eliminating these protective obstacles by regulated, progressive practices have already been indicated. There are many ways, including the help of God. For those who do not appreciate God, there are many other ways described in the first 3 chapters. Conversely, it can also be said that impressions free from the 5 obstacles are in turn maintained and sustained by a discriminating mind. 4.12 Whatever will appear in the future or has appeared in the past is essentially in a dormant state. What is past has not disappeared forever. The substance of what has disappeared as well as what may appear always exists. Whether or not they are evident depends upon the direction of change. Patanjali again stresses that nothing can be annihilated. What is replaced in the process of change remains in a dormant state. 4.13 Whether or not particular characteristics appear depends on the mutations of the 3 qualities. These qualities are heaviness, activity, and clarity. All apparent characteristics are simply different combinations of these 3 basic qualities that comprise all things, Sutra 2.18. 4.14 The characteristics of a substance at one moment in time is in fact a single change in these qualities. Change itself is a continuous process based on many factors, Sutras 3.912. The required change in objects and in the mind can be achieved by knowing the potential combinations of these three qualities and what can influence them. There are many possible examples such as that given in Sutra 4.3. Food and the environment provide others. 4.15 But are the characteristics that appear to one observer the real characteristics? The characteristics of an object appear differently, depending upon the different mental states of the observer. This applies to one observer with various states of mind at different times as well as various observers with different states of mind observing the object at the same time. Thus, a Hindu temple is a place of worship to a devoted believer, an artistic monument to a tourist, a place of solicitation to a beggar, and even a place of ridicule to an atheist. 4.16 Does this not raise doubts about the common reality of any object? Can an object simply be in the imagination of a person without having independent reality? If the object were indeed the conception of a particular individual's mind, then in the absence of his perception, would it exist? Patanjali asks a rhetorical question. The answer is obvious. The existence of an object cannot depend solely on any one person's observation. The river does not stop flowing because no one is looking at it. 4.17 On what does the perception of an object depend? Whether an object is perceived or not depends on its accessibility as well as the individual's motivation. The object must exist. It must be observable and it must motivate the observer and stimulate a desire to see it. 4.18 What is it that sees? Is it the mind? Mental activities are always known to the perceiver that is non-changing and master of the mind. The mind cannot function without the power of the perceiver. The mind changes, the perceiver does not. The mind has the quality of heaviness but not so the perceiver. All mental activities are therefore observed by the perceiver. 4.19 In addition, the mind is a part of what is perceived and has no power of its own to perceive. The mind is seen through its activities in the same way that external objects, the body, and the senses, are seen. Its very existence is dependent upon the perceiver. 4.20 Let us suppose the mind itself could function in two roles, as the fabricator of what is observed and as the observer. The premise that the mind can play two roles is untenable because it cannot simultaneously fabricate and see what it fabricates. An object existing independently of an observer can be perceived. However, the concept of the mind creating an object and, at the same time, observing that object, is impossible to maintain. Another agency, independent of the mind, and with the ability to perceive, is essential. 4.21 If we then postulate the concept of a succession of minds that exist momentarily to create images and in turn recognize and observe them, in an individual with such a series of minds of momentary existence there would be disorder and the difficulty of maintaining consistency of memory. What is suggested in Sutras 4.20 and 4.21 is that there must be an independent source of perception. The mind can of course influence the perception of an object. This object has an independent existence apart from the source of perception. If we insist on the concept of the mind from moment to moment being the source, the means, and the object of perception, we face problems in comprehending the possibility of one person remembering what he saw in the past, sharing what he has seen, and reconciling the fact that one object seen by one person is not necessarily seen by another or in the same way. 4.22 Is the role of the mind limited to helping to see external objects? When the mind is not linked to external objects and it does not respect an external form to the perceiver, then it takes the form of the perceiver itself. When there are no external stimuli and interests to extrapolate, there are no impressions in the mind relating to them. Then the mind is in total contact with and identical to the perceiver. Then cognition of the perceiver is possible. This cognition is not by the mind. This is related to the concept of freedom in Sutra 3.55. It is assumed that the heaviness that causes sleep is not in operation. 4.23 Thus the mind serves a dual purpose. It serves the perceiver by presenting the external to it. It also respects or presents the perceiver to itself for its own enlightenment. 4.24 The role of the mind to serve the perceiver in every way is further reiterated. Even though the mind has accumulated various impressions of different types, it is always at the disposal of the perceiver. This is because the mind cannot function without the power of the perceiver. The mind has no purpose of its own. It cannot act on its own. See Sutra 2.21. 4.25 Patanjali now suggests the qualities of one who has reached the highest state of clarity. A person of extraordinary clarity is one who is free from the desire to know the nature of the perceiver. One has no curiosity to speculate on the perceiver, the quality of the mind, the where, was, I, what, will, I be. Because he has felt his true nature. Such persons have reached the level that is free from obstacles. Sutra 2.3, because one of the products of obstacles is the question who am I? 4.26 And their clarity takes them to their only concern, to reach and remain in a state of freedom. 4.27 Is such a person now beyond regression? In the unlikely possibility of distraction from this aim, disturbing past impressions are able to surface. Since our actions are influenced by such impressions, regression, unlikely as it may be, is still possible. 4.28 One must never accommodate even small errors because they are as detrimental as the 5 obstacles. Even at such a refined state of being, help from a teacher, who can see us through, is essential. In the first chapter, Sutra 1.30, regression is considered to be one of the impediments to progress, as serious as disease and doubt. 4.29 When we have crossed the last hurdle, there arises a state of mind full of clarity concerning all things at all times. It is like a rainfall of pure clarity. Life is full of contentment. Vision is never dimmed. The extraordinary capabilities are never misused. 4.30 This is, indeed, the state free from actions based on the 5 obstacles. But it is not a life without action. It is a life devoid of errors or selfish interests. 4.31 When the mind is free from the clouds that prevent perception, all is known, there is nothing to be known. The sun shines. All is evident. There is no need for artificial light. 4.32 With this highest potential at our disposal, the 3 basic qualities cease to follow the sequence of alternating pain and pleasure. With the high intelligence at our disposal, the objects of perception are in our control. Their mutation through the combination of the 3 qualities are no more. We are able to influence them to serve our immediate needs, without ever producing or provoking regrettable actions. Changes in the mind, the senses, and the body no longer create trouble. 4.33 What is a sequence? A sequence is the replacement of one characteristic by one that follows it. This is linked to moment. A replacement of characteristics is also the basis of a moment. Moment, which is the basic unit of time, and sequence are related. The change in the characteristics of an object is their common basis. The sequence is affected by the changes. Therefore, time is essentially relative in that it is the essential of change. The order of change is the variation in the characteristics that follow one after the other. See Sutras 3.15 and 3.52. In the context of Sutra 4.32, the changes that now arise in the objects of perception follow a different sequence from that of the past, when it was both unpredictable and liable to bring regrets. Now the individual can command the changes. 4.34. What is the final state of yoga? When the highest purpose of life is achieved, the 3 basic qualities do not excite responses in the mind. That is freedom. In other words, the perceiver is no longer colored by the mind. It is serenity in action as well as in inaction. There is no sense of obligation, whether to take responsibility or to reject it. The three qualities can no longer combine to disrupt the individual. He is fully conscious of his own state of pure clarity, and it remains at the highest level throughout his lifetime. The mind is a faithful servant to the master, the perceiver. Krishnamacharya and Indra Devi at Krishnamakarya Centennial Celebration, 1988. U.G. Krishnamurthy, right, with Dazikakar and friends in the Sunnadi, the presence. A small temple in Dazikakar's residence where Krishnamacharya is remembered. Dazikakar with His Holiness Shankaracharya Jayendra Sarvati Swami and his attendants on their visit to the Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram, 1993. Part 4 Yoganjalasaram. Dazikakar and His Holiness, the Dalai Lama. Middle, Krishnamacharya at 100 years. Krishnamacharya at 79. Yoganjalasaram in his life of 100 years T. Krishnamacharya served humanity through yoga and wrote numerous works in many languages covering a wide spectrum of Indian heritage. Fortunately, some of these manuscripts survive today. The Yoganjalasaram is one such valuable manuscript. The essence of the teachings of yoga is beautifully presented in these slokas, or verses. Through them we have a compact idea of Krishnamakarya's holistic teachings. For him, yoga was not limited to mere postures, rather, it covered every aspect of human life. It was the means to resolving physical, mental, and spiritual problems, ultimately leading to the realization of the Lord. Krishnamacharya believed that when the body and spirit become weak, nothing can help except the higher force. It is with such an attitude that he begins these verses, by paying respect and offering acknowledgement to the higher force. T. K. V. Dazikakar Sloka 1 Nu Gopalam Smaratu Ragajyam Vajaguraviryam Mandi Amadi Yugrak Kned Hina Hina Hirakati Kalayoga Iko Sleepy Mind, praise Lord Ka and the God of knowledge. Pray to the venerable teacher, for, when the body becomes weak and depleted, today's education will not save you. Sloka 2 Piba Yoganjalasaram Nitya Visa Yogazane Mamritam Giham Sthapayavayam Pra with Makron A with Makron Ya with Makron Ma with Makron T De Sudam Sadayam Sadatam. Reflect constantly on the message of Yoganjalasaram, dwell on the eternal while doing your asana, regulating your breath through Pra with Makron A with Makron Ya with Makron Ma with Makron, meditate on the ever compassionate dwelling in the heart. Sloka 3 Rika Prathamam Kekusritram Nasam Hivam Tadanutivan Ca Hirdayam Tundam Nabham Yonam Tadastaraket Sakaklam Gatram. Care for your eyes and ears, then the nostrils and the tongue, the heart, stomach, navel, womb, thus to every part of the body. Sloka 4 Masvapa Kalisam Makuru Lapam Payunapuru Asams Maranit Yaharamab Jakam Shtu I Savataram Suvaravaram. Sleep not in the daytime. Have no dealings with evil, think of the Lord with the lotus eyes, sing the praise of the golden sun. Sloka 5 Dva with Makron Smtva with Makron Spva with Makron Vyayam Moham Makuru Mansi Manuya Jainatva Sarvam Bahaya Manityam Nisanunit Yuthak Nam. Knowing all objects to be impermanent, let not their contact blind you. Resolve again and again to be aware of the self that is permanent. Sloka 6 Jainate Tat Kast Mohasid Sud Bab Havadraga Bad Preek Vavasti Maram Tazam Dyoga Saranam Varanam. Surrender to yoga, for where is the conflict when the truth is known? Where is the disease when the mind is clear? Where is death when the breath is controlled? Sloka 7 Andigran Vyojananam Labva Moms Kos Vidham Gatva Sandi Ulnanam Ktva with Makron Rogo Yoganes Yadi Haha. Rising where the nadis meet, growing in the kosas, and the muscles dancing at different joints, the diseases are removed by yoga. Sloka 8 Antayati Yogi Hde Dhtva with Makron Sundaravapuam Lakantam Jagadad Haram Paramatmanam Nandati Nandati Nandativa. Seeing the beauty of the Lord in his heart, whose consort is goddess Lakshmi, the Lord who supports the universe, the yogi dancing with joy, is lost in this vision. Sloka 9 Yena, Hitas Rowdy Va with Macron Naiva Katasit Suk Sandhit Sa2 Vasudajivana Pagium Dermam 9.9. Those who do not chant the Vedas nor offer worship to the sun bring peril to this holy earth by disrespecting Dharma. Sloka 10 Rago Pago Yogasti Gakat Versaint Purarthai Blasteru Verdo Jairnikat Parastan Bahamanyanti. Man desires objects when tender in age, enjoys them when young, seeks yoga in middle age, develops detachment when old. Sloka 11 Atmakadayaka Manasa Bedat Trividham Viatam Yogabhyasanam Sakalam Yakati Vanchita Subhalam Nahinahi Yogabhyasanam Vivalam. There is the practice of yoga of the body, mind, and Atma always fruitful, and it gives to each through practice what he seeks. Sloka 12 Agyam Yogabhyasanam Muthim Buddhim Pradadat Yanagam Yadi Guru Padavaimanugatamathava Siddham Bhagavat Padayar Lanyam. Follow the teachings of the Guru, meditate on the feet of the Lord. Practice faithfully Atanga Yoga, realize joy or mukti as you choose. Sloka 13 Tava Va Mama Va Sadnasara Namanen Mananat Prasanna Siddha Bhagvan Vanchita Makalam Datva Kint Vyapriya Miti Hasadi. Your Lord or mine, it does not matter. What matters is, meditate with humility. The Lord, pleased, gives what you seek and happily will give more. Sloka 14. Cast by Tradaka Va Burya Cast Mitra Ko Yam Putravitne Jara Gatra Dravani Sarvavidisod Hik. Know that the world is fickle when the body is weak and wealth is gone. No brother, friend, wife, or son strange is the world, is it not? Sloka 15 Yavid Vidam Tavid Bandhu Yavidanam Tivatriti Vidlup Bandhurjar Kriti Kvasyat Pajya Vichi Tram. Wealth brings friends, generosity, name, and fame, but when wealth goes, gone too are the friends. Where did it go, this name and fame? This is the wonder of the world. Sloka 16 Rago Ragat Pata Bijam Pago Ragapursarana Bijam Yoga Raga Kadaka Bijam Yahi Syujaram Ragath Bagat. Desire is the origin of disease. Desire fulfilled, the disease spreads, though yoga turns away from feeding desire. Sloka 17. Tyajit Hikaram Mate Patro Kuru Niakaram Paisun Manui Vaja Satkaram Babyuka Bodari Vasa Sajahivasa Tasada Tam. Respect parents, avoid evil, seek always the company of good, and worship the Lord with faith. Sloka 18 Makuru Ma Pyalpam Hiam Ma Vasa Rapuparivare Sada Tam Kiparagaj Valain Gatram Ma Vismaram Ramam Day. Never be in debt. Never reside near enemies. Never trap your body through disease. Never forget the Lord with his consort who resides in the heart. Sloka 19 Jainanaratova Karmaratova Bhakti Ratova Sarva Loka with Makronstidva Yojna Hina Hi Lab Hate Kamapai Siddham Pajya Vichi Tram. You may follow karma, Jainana, or Bhakti, but if yoga is not followed, these paths will lead you nowhere. This is the wonder of yoga. Sloka 20 Adapadatadanu Ca Janghi Paskaduru Navham Hirdayam. Hayat Baba Husundara Vapuam Sumuksam Lokaya Gokulanatham. To meditate on Lord Ka, begin from his feet, then move up toward the trunk and the heart. Now meditate on his beautiful arms, then stay with the beauty of his form. Sloka 21 Nityabhyasanatna Kalabudhai Sada Tad Hyayanat Metsrti Sudat Hyanat Abasidhai Santata Japata Svarpasidhai. Yoga steadies the mind. Chanting Lord's Prayer gives energy and intelligence. Meditation results in marvels. Through mantra japa comes self-realization. Sloka 22 Di Umarudate Prajavasana Sandhyapujana Vidhaya with Makron Rya with Makron Yam Yam Pra with Makron A with Makron Ya with Makron Ma with Makron and Dasa Dasa Kuryat Yubdhya. Wake before dawn and face east to worship the sun. Again and again do the prima and you will enjoy good health. Sloka 23 Paramithambhoji Sukarita Yajit Vastasaririkal So Yogi Sisthirasido Bhagbati Vyawi Hivalab Hate Santam Paramam. Practicing asana, eating moderately with a stable mind, worshipping the Lord. Now Santi overflows. Sloka 24 Sanapunarvartav Bhagavakara Guravarakara Pramya Paskat Samad Prasamarabhita. Begin the day by worshipping the feet of God and teacher. Then do asana and prima, remembering the words of the teacher. Sloka 25 Yavan Dragakaukyo Vyuprayatai Bahayam Skmastidanotivnan Tapravazati Nova Matva Manasa Samkurava. Practice prima with attention. Then, when the breath becomes long and smooth, the mind is ready for meditation. Sloka 26 Veda Veda Satyam Vakanam Madhuram Lokaya Lokam Snahe Supram Marjaya Dan Diha Prabhavan Arjaya Vidyavinayat Hanani. Rid your body of its impurities, let your speech be true and sweet, feel friendship for the world, and with humility seek wealth and knowledge. Sloka 27 Sanakaratarasam Sarasam Primat Prabhalam Pram Dharazudam Kuru Mastikam Dhyanat Sudam Siddham Nityagasana will make the body light. Prima strengthens pra with Makron a with Makron. Dra purifies the intellect. Meditation purifies the mind. Sloka 28. Kte Janana Mrigatrit Karma Mrigradvayam Dvapare Sukrasastam Phalaya Kalau Yoga Mrigasada Sukrasasta Subhutavamutau. In the Krita Yoga, the way was Janana, in the Trita, it was Karma, in the Dvapara, it was both Janana and Karma. And in Kali, it is Yoga that gives joy and Mukti. Sloka 29 Munir Bhunkva Pojyam Sada Deva Imitam Satvakam Kart Hakal Supakvam Smaran Devanatham Kuraverda Pram Svakukam Tatas Vakatoy Ampibika. Food must first be offered to the Lord, then eaten in silence. Eat at the right time sattvic food, fresh and well cooked, remembering God. Eat half full. End by drinking pure and clean water. Sloka 30 Pranama Pram Prathamam Yoj Bajare Pram Bhakti Aparaya Primam Kuru Tat Paskat Hayatva Prabham Parisa Sadanam. First, worship the pra in Prima, recite the Prava, in the abode of the Lord, then surely the pra is regulated. Sloka 31 Makura Makura Yogatyagam Mama Abhakaya Tamasamanam Pram Bandhaya Nidamanatyam Baja Baja Bhagavat Padadvandvam. Never give up yoga. Never eat heavy, unhealthy food. Always practice the right prima, praying again and again the feet of the Lord. Sloka 32 Bandhayavayam Nandayajivam Dharaya Siddham Dahare Parame Iti Itirumalako Yogi Pradisati Vakam Sandasakyam. Regulate the breath, be happy, link the mind with the Lord in your heart. This is the message of Yogi Tirumalaka. On being requested by his students to give them a prayer through which they could pay their respects to him before beginning their studies, T. Krishnamacharya composed the following verse. Rikavijasa Yadisvarabhyam Samprapta Akrakanabhyasram Srinat Nirjandraya Tasamarpitasvam Rikriyam Ryam Guravarim Vrahakartik May Sadatarik Todayam Yogakaryam Kamrayam Guravari Maham Baj Sri Gurubhya Nama. Appendix 1. The texts mentioned in this book, the Yoga Sutra, the most fundamental text on yoga, and part 3 of this book, dates back to the period between the 2nd and the end of the 3rd centuries. The 195 verses, sutras, of the text are short aphorisms, which are grouped in 4 chapters. The first chapter, entitled Samadhipada, gives us the famous definition of yoga, 1, and describes our state of mind in yoga and in non-yoga. The second chapter, Sadhanapada, presents yoga as a practice. Chapter 3, Vibhudipada, discusses the results that those who practice yoga can achieve and also discusses the dangers of these changes. The fourth chapter, entitled Kaivalyapada, concerns the freedom to which yoga can lead. Various scholars have, from very early on, written commentaries on the Yoga Sutra. 5 of these are of significance today. The first, dating back to the 5th century, is Vyasasvya. It is available in countless English editions. There are also many sub-commentaries on this commentary. The second, the Vivrana, was written by the Shankaracharya as a sub-commentary on Vyasasvya. The third was written in the 9th century by Vachaspati Mishra. Entitled Tatvasarati, this text also discusses Vyasa's commentary. The fourth, the Rajamritat, was written by Bhojadeva around the 10th century. Bhojadeva was a great king who also wrote important texts on music and dance. The fifth well-known commentary, which also includes comments on Vyasasvya, was written by Vijana Bhikkhu in the 16th century. It is known by the title Yogavartika. Yoga Yajnavikaya. This text, dating back to sometime between the 2nd and 4th centuries, is the oldest text that talks about the concepts of prima, asana, and especially qualin. The practices mentioned in it are not, as in many other texts, restricted to a particular caste or social group. On the contrary, in the text Yajnavalkya explains the practice of yoga to his wife Gargi and a few other sages who have gathered around. The 12th and final chapter, in which the writer talks about the role of Qualin in the cleansing process of yoga, is exclusively addressed to his wife. Yajnavalkya introduces her to the secrets of yoga, hence the title of the chapter, Rahasya. Yoga is defined as the link between the individual seed, Jivatma, and the highest power, Paratman. Like the Yoga Sutra, the Yoga Yajnavalkya describes 8 limbs, Aga, of yoga and describes the path of yoga practice as the development of these 8 limbs. Some of the individual Aga are, however, understood slightly differently from the way they are described in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra. In contrast to later works about Hatha Yoga from the tradition of the Nath Yogis, there is no reference to the Shat Karma, the special cleansing exercises of yoga. There is one critical edition of the Yoga Yajnavalkya written by Sri Prabhupada Divanji. 2 Yoga Rahasya, one text that we do not have in written form yet, but whose existence is indicated by numerous references, is the Yoga Rahasya, Secrets of Yoga, by Nathamuni. Nathamuni was a 9th century South Indian sage who, like so many Indian teachers, did not belong to the monastic tradition but was fully involved with family life. His work, which is supposed to have originally consisted of 12 chapters, was handed down by word of mouth. 4 of these chapters are known to us through Sri Krishnamacharya, who dictated them to his son and pupil T. K. V. Dazikakar. For Nathamuni, the meaning and goal of yoga is devotion to God or a higher power, bhakti. In his text Nathamuni gives very precise instructions on Aga Yoga, which partly correspond to those of Patanjali and emphasizes the need to tailor yoga to suit the particular needs of those who practice it. The text implies the absolute necessity for a teacher, and this is repeated again and again. A great number of asanas and prima techniques are explained very precisely by Nathamuni. He also pays particular attention to the treatment of illness with yoga. Nathamuni devotes many verses of the Yoga Rahasya to the meaning and practice of yoga for pregnant women. Like the Yoga Yajnavalkya, he insists that yoga is meaningful and worthwhile for women, thereby setting himself in opposition to the Brahmin teachings that wanted to completely exclude women from all spiritual practices. Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita, the Song of the Lord, is the sacred text of India. It is the 6th section, the Bhidma Parva, of a great epic entitled the Mahabharata, a long poem that is also a treatise on yoga. The discussion between the hero Arjuna and the Gadka, who appears as Arjuna's charioteer in a great battle between 2 royal families, deals with the highest principles of yoga, the philosophy of action, karma, the show of discrimination, knowledge, and devotion to God, bhakti. Hatha Yoga Pradipika. This text by Yogi Svatmarama dates from the 15th century. It is one of the most important and most comprehensive, although sometimes contradictory, texts on Hatha Yoga and presents sequentially in its 4 chapters the techniques of Hatha Yoga, asana, prima, mudra, and nada, external and internal sound. In addition to these 5 texts, 2 others are mentioned in this book, the Garasahit and the Shivasahit. Like the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, both of these texts deal with yoga techniques. Appendix 2. For general practice sequences, an asana practice should be planned according to the requirements of each person. The following examples of thoughtfully constructed practice sequences follow the principle of Visakrama, the step-by-step progression that can bring us to balance in body, breath, and mind. These practice sequences may not be suitable for those with no previous experience with yoga. Regardless of your background, the help of a competent teacher is important in designing the most appropriate yoga practice for you. These 4 sequences are shown as examples of how a practice might be planned. Variations to suit individual needs are infinite. Make sure to allow for adequate rest between asanas so that the heartbeat and breath can return to normal. There should also be adequate rest before beginning prima and upon completing prima. In these practice sequences, the word breaths denotes static practice of an asana, whereas times denotes dynamic practice. Remember, the breath is the gauge to asana practice. In each asana practice you should work to maintain the connection between movement of the body and movement of the breath. Appropriate pauses can be placed between the in and out breath without compromising the length of the inhale or exhale. These retentions may increase as your practice develops. While maintaining the link of body and breath, each asana is sustained over several breaths according to each person's capacity. Effort is appropriate to maintain the link of breath and body, but not struggle. A practice should always be designed to make you feel better and result in more equanimity and more energy. Prima may be practiced by gradually increasing retentions with each breath cycle until a maximum retention is reached without struggle. Then retentions can be gradually reduced again to complete the prima. Likewise, the length of the inhale or exhale may be progressively increased and reduced with or without retentions. As always, these variations depend on a person's requirements and capacity. It is essential that you practice prima only under the guidance of a competent teacher. There is no text on this page. 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 Glossary Abhinavisa, the source of fear, attachment to life, one of the klesas Abhyantara Kumhaka, holding the breath after inhaling Abhyasa, practice Akariya, teacher Adhomuka Svanasana, downward facing dog pose Advaita, non-dualism Agni, fire, one of the Buddhas. Agni Sara, a cleansing process using the fire of the human body to remove impurities Ahamkara, the sense of ayas, non-injury, consideration, love, one of the yamas Akasa, space, one of the Buddhas Ananda, a state of bliss Ananta, without endiga, a limb, or aspect, of yoga and thara, within, internal Antariga sadhana, internal practice in reference to Patanjali's path of concentration, dra, meditation, dhyana, and integration, samadhi, antarya. Obstacle to a clear and stable mind Anuloma Ajayai prima where one inhales with a sound in the throat. Ajayai, and exhales in a regulated way through alternate nostrils ap, water, one of the Buddha's apana, dirt, the center in which bodily waste collects apana, vayu, the aspect of per responsible for excretion apanasena, wind, relieving pose aparigraha, to receive exactly what is appropriate and no more, one of the yamas ardhapadma pasamadanasena, forward bending half, lotus pose ardha utkasana, half, squat pose artha, meaning, purpose asana, posture usmita, sense of ego. One of the klesas usmita samadhi, the merging of the mind with the object of meditation. Aga, 8 limbs. Aga Yoga is the 8 limbs of yoga as explained by Patanjali in the 2nd chapter of the Yoga Sutra. Astya, not coveting what belongs to others, one of the yamas Atman, the self of Vidya, misapprehension, incorrect knowledge, false understanding, the most important of the klesas Bhairaga, external limb Bhairaga sadhana, external practice that includes the first 4 limbs of Aga Yoga Bhayakum Haka, holding the breath after exhalation Bandha, to bind or lock Bhagavad Gita, a part of the epic Mahabharata where Ka teaches yoga to Arjuna Bhakti, devotion. Bhakti Yoga, yoga in which devotion to God is prominent Bastrika, bellows Bastrika Prima, bellows breathing through alternate nostrils Bhujagsana, Cobra pose Buddhas, elements of space, air, light, water, and earth Brahmacharya, one of the yamas. Moving toward the highest modification of the senses, it is the stage of life where the young student studies the sacred texts. Bhimha, to expand buddhi, intellect Kakras, energy centers along the spinal column Kakravakasana, Katpo Cit, consciousness. Siddha, mind Siddha Vitinara, mental state devoid of agitation Dana, to give away Darsana, one of the 6 classical points of view of Indian thought Dasa, placed on Urasana, Bow Postura, the state of mind in which the mind is oriented toward one point Dharma, duty, ethical value Dhyana, meditation Dhyana Mudra, Gesture indicating meditation practiced dhyana, one who is in the state of dhyanidra, the seer, that which sees daya, that which is seen. Dukkha, feeling of discomfort, painva, dislike, hatred, one of the klesas dvipada pitham, table pose aka pada uttanasana, a standing posture where the torso bends forward and one leg is lifted behind ekagrata, single direction, single-mindedness was, qualities of the mind, qualities of the universe halasana, plow pose astamudra, hand symbol haha yoga pradipika, a classical text on haha yoga, yoga in which the aim is to unify the two energies of ha, the left, and ha, the right, and merge them into suum in the center of the spine, the merging of pra and apana into the center of the body, at the heart. Ia with makron, a nadi that terminates at the left nostril indriyas, senses isvara, God or Lord Vara prayed, to surrender and offer all actions to God, without attachment to the fruits of our action, one of the niyamas and a component of Kriya Yoga Jalandhara Bandha, Chin Lok Japa, repetition of mantra Jnana Yoga, yoga in which the emphasis is on inquiry Kavalya, ultimate state of yoga, freedom Kapalabhati Prima, bellows breathing Kra, cause Karma Yoga, yoga in which action is done as duty, without concern for success or failure Klesa, affliction. Kriya, action Kriya Yoga, yoga of purifying action as taught by Patanjali Kipta, agitated mind Kumhaka Prima, breathing exercise in which emphasis is on the retention of the breath Qualin, the obstacle located in the center of the spine that obstructs the movement of pra into suum lagana, to reduce laya, to merge lila, the divine play Mahamudra, a classic sitting pose Maha, the great principle Manas, the power behind the senses mantra, a sacred sound, often used as the object of focus during meditation. Matsyendrasana, half spinal twist Mudra, finger position to control the nostrils during Brahma Mudha, dull state of mind Mudra, symbol Mula Bandha, base, of, trunk Loknata, sound Na with Makron, subtle passage in the body through which pra moves Na with Makron Sodhana Prima, alternate nostril breathing, bringing purification of the Na with Makron S Nidra, dreamless sleep Nimitta Kra, intelligent cause, catalyst Nara, restrained, state in which the mind focuses totally on one thing Niyama. Personal discipline Om, a representation of Isvara. Padmasana, lotus pose Paramadukka, Tukka arising from change Paramabda, the recognition that all we perceive is subject to change Parivti, redirection, reorientation Parasva Uttanasana, a standing pose with one leg forward and the trunk folded on it Pasamadana, seated forward bent Pigal, Na with Makron that terminates at the right nostril Pradhana, original source Prajna, clear understanding in the spiritual field Prakti, matter Prama, right perception Pra, life, force. Energy Pra, Vayu, one of the five main life energies. Prava, mystic syllable that represents Isvara Prima, regulated breathing technique Prasaritapada Uttanasana, standing posture with the torso bent forward between the legs Pratakriyasana, counter pose Pratyahara, withdrawal of the senses Parika Prima, breathing exercise in which the emphasis is on the inhalation Prua, source of consciousness, perceiver Raga, attachment or desire, one of the klesas Rajas, the quality of Prakti responsible for activity Raja Yoga, yoga in which union with the highest power is the goal, the yoga of Patanjali Rikakaprima, breathing exercise in which the emphasis is on the exhalation Taprajna, perception of a spiritual truth. Sadhana, practice Sakti, power Salabhasana, locust pose Samadhi, state of meditation in which only the object of meditation is apparent Samana, Vayu, pra of the central region of the body, responsible for digestion Samapti Prima, breathing technique in which different components of breathing are equal Saskra, habitual movement of the mind, habit, conditioning Saskra, Tukka caused by habit Sato, contentment, one of the Niyamas Sayama, total continuous. Concentration on one object Sayaga, entanglement or confused identification. Sannyasin, one who has given up everything except God Sarvajana, all, knower, omniscient Sarvangasana, shoulder stand Sattva, one of the three qualities of Prakti responsible for clarity and lightness Sattvata, the concept that everything we see, experience, and feel is not illusion, but is true and real Satya, truth, truthfulness, one of the Yamasaka, cleanliness, purity, one of the Niyamas Savasana, corpse posts the gift, power that is given Irsana, headstand Saitali. Prima, breathing exercise in which one inhales through the mouth, shaping the tongue in a particular way. Sumti, memory. Sodhana, purification. Styra, steadiness and alertness. Sukha, lightness and comfort, happiness. Sukhasana, simple cross-legged pose. Surya Namaskar, sequence of asanas collectively called the salute to the sun. Suum, central Na with makron running through the center of the spine, from the base to the top of the head. Svadharma, your own position. Svadhyaya, self, inquiry, any study that helps you understand yourself, the study of sacred texts, one of the niyamas and a component of kriya. Yoga Tadasana, mountain pose. Tamas, one of the three qualities of Prakti, responsible for heaviness and stability. 10 matras, the characteristics of sound, touch, form, taste, and smell. Tantra, technique. Tantra Yoga, yoga in which the focus is the elimination of obstacles that block the free movement of pra in Suum. Tanu, mild, feeble. Tapa, dukkha, pain caused by craving. Tapas, process of removing impurities, elimination, purification, one of the niyamas and a component of kriya. Yogatrika, gazing at a static object to invite meditation. Trikonasana, triangle pose. Udana, Vayu, the aspect of per responsible for speech and upward movement. Udaya Bandha, abdominal lock. Ajayai, breathing technique in which one inhales with a sound in the throat. Urdhvamukha Svanasana, upward facing dog pose. Ursana, camel pose. Utkasanā, squatting pose. Uttanasana, standing forward bend. Vairajya, detachment, letting go. Vajrayana, thunderbolt pose. Vayu, air, breath, wind, one of the Buddha's Vedas, Hindu scriptures that are the basis for all yoga. Vikara, reflection on a subtle object. Vidya, clear understanding, high level of knowledge. Vikalpa, imagination. Vikipta, state in which the mind is moving without any consistent purpose or direction. Viloma Kruma Prima, breathing exercise in which one inhales in a regulated way through alternate nostrils and exhales through both nostrils with a sound in the throat. Viloma Ajayai Prima, breathing exercise using nostril control for inhalation and exhalation. Visakrama, a correctly organized course of asanas progressing appropriately toward a desired goal. Viparaya, false perception. Virabhadrasana, warrior pose. Virasana, hero pose. Vyamapti Prima, breathing technique in which the different components of the breathing are not equal. Vyapurua, Isvara Vayu, God, one of the Trinity. Vitarka, reflecting on a gross object. Vivka, discrimination. Vyana, Vayu, per responsible for distribution of energy throughout the whole body. Yama, discipline concerning our dealings with society and the world. Yoga Sadhana, yoga practice. Yoga Sutra, Patanjali's classic text on yoga. Yogi, someone adept at yoga. Endnotes. Introduction 1. Yoga Sutra 3.29. 1. For a guide to the pronunciation of Sanskrit. Chapter 1. Yoga, concept and meaning. 1. Yoga Sutra 2.3 to 5. 2. Yoga Sutra 3.9. Chapter 2. The foundations of yoga practice. 1. Yoga Sutra 2.46. 2. We call this process Svadhyaya, one of the three aspects of Kriya Yoga, the yoga of action. Svadhyaya refers to everything that contributes to the exploration of myself. See Chapter 2, and Yoga Sutra 2.1. 3. Interestingly enough, this understanding of the direction of the breath, which has a long tradition in yoga and is mentioned in the very oldest texts, coincides with the findings of the latest research on the neurophysiological and mechanical basis of breathing. See Respiratory Physiology, The Essentials by John B. West, M.D. Ph.D. Baltimore, Williams and Wilkins, 1990. Chapter 3. The Principles of Asana Practice 1. Prati means against, counter, K translates as to do. Chapter 4. The careful construction of a yoga practice 1. Hatha Yoga Pradipika 1.29. Chapter 5. Asana Variations 1. In the Yoga Sutra 1.31, Patanjali calls these symptoms of a disturbed mind dukkha, the experience of suffering, dormanasia, negative attitude, agamijayava, physical ailments, and svasaprasvasa, breathing disturbances. 2. Yoga Sutra 2.52. 3. Yoga Sutra 4.3. 4. Yoga Sutra 2.50. 5. Anuloma refers to something that follows the normal way. For example, the Vedas describe a ritual carried out in a prescribed sequence as anuloma. Because Ujjayi is described in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika as the technique of making the sound in the throat only on the inhalation and then exhaling through the nose, this way of breathing is called Anuloma Ujjayi. Chapter 8. The things that darken the heart 1. The question of the attitude we adopt toward our action is central to the definition of Isvara Pradhana given in the Yoga Bhasya, the oldest commentary on the Yoga Sutra. There it is written, Isvara Pranadhana is the yielding of all action to God, the renunciation of the desire for the fruits of all action. 2. Yoga Sutra 2.12 ff. 3. Yoga Sutra 2.11. 4. Yoga Sutra 2.33 and 34 present this idea as Pratipakabhidvana. 5. Yoga Sutra 2.33. 6. A literal translation can help us understand these terms, which are used again and again in the Yoga Sutra. Ka means something like space, and Su translates as happy, fortunate, or good. A graphic metaphor for dukkha as the opposite of sukha is a dark room. 7. The different aspects of dukkha discussed here are thus distinguished. From the inability to perceive or accept a change arises paramadukkha. From the situation where a need cannot be fulfilled arises tapa, dukkha. From the difficulty in giving up habits arises saskradukha. A discussion of the various causes of dukkha can be found in the Yoga Sutra 2.15. 8. The concept of the three guna is not presented in detail in the Yoga Sutra, but is referred to in 2.18, and presupposed in the Yoga Sutra constantly. It is explained in the texts of the Skya, where the guna are comprised of those three qualities that are peculiar to everything material, to which also belong our thoughts, our feelings, and the whole range of our mental activity, but not purua. Even the movement of the three guna can be reason for dukkha. See the Yoga Sutra 2.15. 9. Yoga Sutra 2.25. The concept of Kaivalya represents a central concern of yoga. The last chapter of the Yoga Sutra bears the title Kaivalya or freedom. Chapter 9. Actions leave traces 1. Yoga Sutra 1.6-11. 2. Patanjali uses the word dra for purua, the seer, and daya for what is seen. According to Patanjali, avidya arises when you confuse the two. This confusion is called sayaga, a word that means that two things have become so entangled with each other we can no longer tell them apart. In the moment of sayaga the seeds of suffering are sown. Asmita is an expression of sayaga. We talk of asmita when the purua and the siddha are mixed up in an inseparable notion of I-ness. The mind is essentially an instrument of perception, and purua is the perceiver. The mind has the quality of being able to change, whereas the purua does not. The association of these two distinct entities often causes problems. See the Yoga Sutra 2.6 and 2.17-24. Chapter 10. The world exists to be seen and discovered 1. Yoga Sutra 2.20. 2. Yoga Sutra 2.22. 3. Yoga Sutra 4.18-21. Chapter 11. Living in the World 1. Yoga Sutra 2.29. The 8 limbs or agas are, Yama, Niyama, Asana, Prima, Pratyahara, Dra, Dhyana, and Samadhi. 2. The Yama and Niyama are described in the Yoga Sutra 2.29-45. 3. In the Yoga Sutra 1.20, Patanjali lists what people need in order to recognize the truth: faith and trust, strength and energy, and the ability never to lose sight of the goal. 4. A mantra is a word or a syllable, traditionally given by a teacher to the student. The repetition of a mantra is known as japa. Japa is one of the chapter 12. The world exists to set us free. 1. Yoga Sutra 2.54-55. 2. Yoga Sutra 2.21. 3. Yoga Sutra 1.12. The state of yoga is achieved by simultaneously striving, abhyasa, and letting go, vairagya. 4. Yoga Sutra 1.17. 5. This statement is the theme of Yoga Sutra 3.28. 6. Yoga Sutra 3.29. Chapter 13. The qualities of the mind. 1. Yoga Sutra 1.2. 2. Yoga Sutra 1.5. This passage states that there are 5 activities of the mind, and they can be used for better or for worse. These 5 activities, discussed in the subsequent sutras, are correct perception, false perception, imagination, dreamless sleep, and memory. Chapter 14. 9 Obstacles on the Yoga Way. 1. Yoga Sutra 1.30-31. 2. Yoga Sutra 1.32. 3. Yoga Sutra 1.34. 4. Yoga Sutra 1.35. 5. Yoga Sutra 1.36. 6. Yoga Sutra 1.37. 7. Yoga Sutra 1.38. 8. Yoga Sutra 1.39. 9. Yoga Sutra 1.23. 10. Yoga Sutra 1.23-29. Chapter 15. The Many Paths of Yoga. 1. We are reminded of Vyasa's commentary on Sutra 2.1, in which he says Varaprajna is the dedication of all actions to God, or the renunciation of the desire for the fruits of all action. 2. Yoga Sutra 2.1. 3. Yoga Yajnavalkya 12.11-12, 16. Appendix 1. The texts mentioned in this book. 1. Yoga Siddhaviti Nirodha. Yoga is the ability to direct the mind exclusively toward an object and sustain that direction without any distractions. 2. Journal of the Bombay branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, reprint, monograph No. 3, 1954. About the author: a structural engineer by training, T.K. V. Dzikakar lived and studied with his father until Krishnamacharyya's death in 1989. He has devoted his life to yoga instruction for people of all backgrounds and all levels of ability, and currently teaches at the school founded in his father's memory in Madras, as well as in Europe, the United States, Australia, and New Zealand. About Inner Traditions. Bear and Company, founded in 1975, Inner Traditions is a leading publisher of books on indigenous cultures, perennial philosophy, visionary art, spiritual traditions of the East and West, sexuality, holistic health and healing, self-development, as well as recordings of ethnic music and accompaniments for meditation. In July 2000, Bear and Company joined with Inner Traditions and moved from Santa Fe, New Mexico, where it was founded in 1980, to Rochester, Vermont. Together Inner Traditions Bear and Company have 11 imprints: Inner Traditions, Bear and Company, Healing Arts Press, Destiny Books, Park Street Press, Bindu Books, Bear Cub Books, Destiny Recordings, Destiny Audio Editions, Inner Traditions en Español, and Inner Traditions India. For more information or to browse through our more than 1,000 titles in print, visit www.innertraditions.com.